Tonight, we're diving into the stories rangers don't share with the public, the ones buried in incident logs and late-night dispatch calls. Real accounts of missing persons, impossible sightings, and the kind of encounters that make even veteran rangers reconsider walking the trails after dark. My name is Calder Wren, and in the official records of Yellowstone National Park, I am listed as a seasonal backcountry technician assigned to Lamar Valley. My duties include trail monitoring, radio checks, wildlife distance compliance, and documenting any environmental hazards before the heavy summer foot traffic begins. On the morning all of this happened, I left the station at 6:15, noting clear skies, steady winds out of the northwest, and temperatures hovering around 48 degrees. I mention these details not out of habit but because I need everything written exactly as it unfolded, with every variable accounted for. What happened near trail marker 19 had nothing to do with imagination, exhaustion, or fear. It unfolded in conditions that were stable, predictable, and perfectly normal. The hike toward the valley floor started quietly, the kind of silence that isn't truly silent, just buffered by distance. Bison grazed far out near the cottonwoods, small dark shapes moving with slow purpose. The air smelled of damp sagebrush and cool dirt. Lamar usually has a way of making you feel tiny, but in a comforting way, like the land is so old it barely notices you. That morning, I felt watched, but not in a predatory sense. More like the valley was waiting for something. My assignment for the day was simple: verify the integrity of a series of trail markers that had been reported leaning after last week's strong gusts. Markers 16 through 20 were along a gentle incline leading toward a narrow drainage line. Occasionally, the markers shift when the soil softens, but it's usually nothing serious. The job should have taken an hour. I reached marker 16 at 7:04 and logged its condition. Straight. Stable. No obvious tampering. The wood was cold beneath my fingers, still carrying the crisp bite of the morning. Marker 17 sat 100 yards ahead, a little crooked but firmly rooted. I corrected its angle with a mallet tap and moved on. By the time I reached marker 18, the wind had shifted slightly, but everything else remained normal. Birds called across the open stretch. A distant elk bugled. Gravel crunched under my boots with each step. Then my radio crackled. I paused mid-stride. It wasn't unusual for reception here to fade in and out, especially around the drainage, but this sound was different. Not static, not cross-channel chatter. It was a short burst of something that resembled breath caught against the microphone. I lifted the radio, checked the dial, tapped the antenna, and held it close to my ear. Nothing followed. Just clean silence. I shrugged it off and kept going. Marker 19 rose ahead on a slight ridge, a weathered post standing solitary against the yawning valley. That ridge didn't hold any unusual significance, but for reasons I couldn't identify, I slowed down as I approached. The hair on my arms prickled beneath my jacket. My breath felt too loud. The radio crackled again, sharper this time. I froze. A thin ribbon of sound bled through the speaker. I raised it again, thumb hovering over the call button. Then I heard my own voice whisper, "Don't take another step." Every muscle in my body turned rigid. The sentence wasn't close to my voice, it was exactly my voice. Same cadence. Same slight throatiness from the dry mountain air. Same everything. I'd been alone all morning. The nearest ranger was miles away. Lamar doesn't echo like that, not in open air. I lowered the radio slowly, feeling the weight of the device in my hand as if it had suddenly doubled. The rational part of my mind clicked through possibilities like a checklist. Wrong channel? No, my call sign was visible on the display. Someone mimicking my voice? Impossible. The valley is too open. Sound carries, but it doesn't duplicate. Faulty radio feedback? Power loss? Interference? None of those create full sentences, especially not ones matching my exact tone. The wind shifted again, soft but insistent, brushing across the grass in waves. From where I stood, Marker 19 seemed harmless, just another wooden post. Yet the moment I tried to take a step closer, my leg refused the movement without my permission, as if my body had already accepted the warning before my mind had. I lifted the radio again. Base, this is Ren. Radio check. My voice sounded steadier than I expected. Silence. I waited 10 seconds. 20. Nothing. The device wasn't dead, its display still glowed faintly. But it wasn't receiving anything, not wind noise, not stray static, not even its usual hum. Just a low, unnatural quiet. I swallowed hard and forced myself to move again, testing the ground with a cautious step. Nothing happened. No cracking earth. No hidden crevice. Just dirt and gravel. Another step. Still fine. The rational part of me said keep going. The instinctual part screamed that I shouldn't. I reached Marker 19 at 7:26. The wood was tilted forward as if leaning into the wind, but otherwise undisturbed. Boot prints surrounded the base, my own, from last week's survey. No new prints, no wildlife tracks. The ground was firm, not even damp. I knelt to check its stability. That was when something like faint movement brushed the edge of my hearing. Not rustling. Not animal steps. Breathing. Behind me. I stood fast, spinning so quickly my boots kicked dust into the air. Nothing was there. Just the rising ridge, the valley stretching out behind me, and the distant dots of grazing bison. But the breathing hadn't faded. It had simply blended into the wind, timed to it, as if hiding inside its movement. My radio hissed again, so quiet I almost thought I imagined it. Then my voice whispered a second time, barely audible, "Don't turn around." The second whisper wasn't louder, but it hit deeper, like it had bypassed my ears and landed straight in the center of my chest. I held the radio close, listening for any follow-up, but the speaker stayed lifeless. I checked the channel again. Still correct. No alerts. No incoming calls. The wind pressed against me from the west, steady and cold. The breathing, if that's truly what it was, seemed to move with it, woven through the gusts in a way that made it impossible to separate one sound from the other. Every time I tilted my head slightly, it shifted too, as though it were adjusting to remain just behind me no matter how I positioned myself. I forced myself to take another full sweep of the area. Lamar Valley stretched out like a massive bowl, open and exposed. There was nowhere for anyone to hide, not without me seeing them from 100 yards away. The grass rippled. The bison were still grazing, undisturbed. Nothing out of place. Nothing except me. I lowered the radio to my chest and exhaled slowly. "This is stress," I whispered to myself. Just stress. But the words didn't carry conviction. I hadn't felt stressed when I woke. I hadn't felt stressed at Marker 16, or 17, or even 18. Only here, near Marker 19, with my own voice speaking warnings through a device that shouldn't even be receiving anything. I made myself step away from the trail marker, moving toward the small dip in the ridge to get a better vantage point. Gravel and dirt shifted under my boots. The air thinned slightly as I crouched near the drop-off. From here, I could see a shallow depression in the terrain to the northeast. Nothing deep. Nothing dangerous. Just a natural swale. But standing directly in the middle of it was something I hadn't seen before. A patch of ground that looked wrong. The surrounding earth was the usual muted yellow-brown, dry but firm. Yet in the center of that depression was a circular area of darker soil, almost a perfect disc. Maybe 10 feet across. At first I thought it was wet, but the coloration didn't match moisture. It was denser, almost compacted. As if something heavy had been resting there for a long time. I scanned the area with my binoculars. No tracks leading to it. No tracks leading away. Just that smooth, compressed circle. My radio hissed again, short, almost impatient. I jerked slightly, the binoculars slipping down from my eyes. This time, no voice followed. No whisper. No warning. Just a faint trace of static that vanished before I could properly process it. I realized then that if the radio was malfunctioning, it was doing so with a level of intention that didn't make sense. Radios die abruptly, not intermittently. They don't pick favorite moments to breathe in your voice. They don't fall silent precisely when you speak. My instinct said I needed to check out that circle. My training said approach carefully, but approach. Everything else in me, the part that listens to the gut more than the handbook, said don't go anywhere near it. I compromised, staying on the ridge and moving parallel, keeping elevation while tracking it from above. The valley floor stretched wide to my right, but I stayed focused on that oddly defined patch. As I walked along the ridgeline, the wind picked up again. Not enough to be dangerous, but enough to make the tall grass sway in wild, uneven waves. Again, the breathing shifted with it. I didn't want to look behind me, not because of the whisper's warning, but because I was suddenly afraid I might actually see someone. Something. The whisper had come from the radio, yes, but the breathing? That had been behind me. For real. Close. I kept my gaze fixed ahead. By the time I aligned myself with the circle directly below, I'd closed about 60 yards of horizontal distance and gained a slightly clearer angle. That was when I noticed something new, a faint line running through the compressed dirt, like a shallow crack or seam. Straight. Deliberate. I raised the binoculars again slowly. The line was too uniform to be natural. It bisected the circle almost perfectly. And at one end of that line, barely visible unless you caught it from the right angle, was something metallic. A small reflective glint. Maybe a tag. Maybe a button. Maybe a piece of gear left behind. But if someone had been there, why were there no footprints? I took a step closer to the ridge edge to get a better angle. My boot slid half an inch. The dirt crumbled. And the radio spoke again. Only a single word this time, Calder. Not whispered. Not distorted. Spoken clearly. Flat. Almost emotionless. I froze mid-step, 1 foot hovering just above the slope. Every instinct I had tilted in the same direction, as if something was pulling me backward. I steadied myself on the ridge and brought the radio up to my ear. Base, if anyone's on channel, respond. This is Ran. I just heard. I cut myself off, because I didn't know how to explain what I heard without sounding unhinged. No response. Just dead air. I checked the battery level, still at half capacity. I checked the antenna, no damage. The radio was functioning. It simply wasn't behaving. I backed away from the ridge slowly, keeping my eyes fixed on the circle below. The glint of metal didn't move. The seam didn't widen. The ground didn't shift. But the breathing behind me did. A faint exhale. Then another. Not matching the rhythm of the wind now, but slower. Intentional. Every hair on my neck lifted. I turned just enough to glance over my shoulder, just enough to confirm no one was standing behind me. And that was exactly how much I should not have turned. From the radio, my voice spoke again, this time urgent, strained, "Don't look at it." A jolt of cold ran straight through me. I clutched the radio tighter, heart pounding hard enough to feel in my throat. "What are you talking about?" I whispered into the receiver. "What is it?" The radio crackled. Then my own voice, shaking now, said quietly, "Behind you, at the ridge." I didn't turn around this time. I couldn't. My body held perfectly still, as if any sudden movement might trigger something I didn't yet understand. The radio stayed pressed to my ear, my pulse thundering against the casing. Behind me, the breathing grew almost imperceptibly louder, still soft, still human in its rhythm, but closer than it had any right to be. The ridge was empty. I had seen it. I knew it. But the voice on the radio, my own voice, had never been wrong in its timing. I swallowed hard, trying to force my breathing to steady. "There's nothing behind me," I whispered, not sure if I was talking to myself or whatever version of me inhabited the radio. "There's nothing here." The radio clicked, a tiny mechanical sound. Then my voice, low, strained, answered, "Don't assume you're looking at the right thing." That was enough to jolt me into motion. I stepped forward off the ridge line, putting a few yards between myself and whatever the warning referred to. Staying still felt like offering myself up. Moving felt like regaining the smallest measure of control. The wind swept across the valley with a sudden gust, colder now, pushing at my jacket as if urging me forward, away, anywhere but here. When I reached a patch of stable ground, I forced myself to stop and evaluate. The compressed circle below remained unchanged. The metallic glint still caught the light. The seam in the earth seemed almost too perfect for a place untouched by machinery. And if something or someone had been there recently, the soil should have shown impressions. Disturbance. Tracks. But it didn't. It looked like it had been pressed down from underneath. I crouched again and lifted the binoculars. The metallic point became clearer, no bigger than a coin, dull on one half, warped on the other. Not a tag. Not a piece of gear. More like the snap fastener from a jacket or pack. The breathing behind me faded slightly, as if whatever was creating it had shifted back or angled away. I resisted the urge to turn. I kept the binoculars raised. The circle stayed perfectly still. I lowered the binoculars just enough to look at the radio. "If something's here," I whispered, "tell me what direction." For a long few seconds, there was nothing. Just the wind, the distant movements of bison, and the muted rustle of sagebrush. Then the speaker crackled faintly. "It's below you." My stomach dropped. Not behind me. Not beside me. Below. Slowly, cautiously, I walked parallel along the ridge, looking for any signs of a fissure or a cave entrance. Lamar Valley has plenty of subtle sinkholes, pockets where the ground can give way after years of erosion beneath. They're usually small, often harmless, unless someone's unlucky enough to cross at the wrong moment. That compressed disk of soil could easily mark such a place. But the seam cutting through it wasn't natural. It was too straight. Too deliberate. I edged farther along the ridge until I found a slight angle change, a shallow curve in the slope that looked subtly different from the rest. I crouched, brushing dirt away with my glove. The soil here shifted more easily. Looser. Recently disturbed. My radio hissed sharply, a harsh burst that made me flinch. Then the voice came again, my own, but thinner now, like it was straining from a distance. "Don't step there." I jerked my foot back instantly. A moment later, the ground where I'd been about to step sagged downward an inch, just an inch, but enough to expose a darker layer beneath, almost like a hollow. I stumbled back, heart hammering. The ridge wasn't stable, and something was underneath it. I reevaluated the compressed circle below. The glint, the seam, the strange, purposeful uniformity. From up here, it didn't look like a natural formation. It looked like the top of something, like a lid. The breathing behind me suddenly returned, stronger this time, as if whoever or whatever had been near me before was now reacting to my awareness of the ground. I stood frozen again, listening to that soft inhale-exhale rhythm. It wasn't fast enough to be from fear. It wasn't slow enough to be from calm. It sounded controlled, intentional. I forced myself to speak. "What's below me?" I asked the radio quietly. For a long moment, no response. Then, faintly, "Not what?" "Who?" A cold weight formed in my gut. I looked back toward the compressed circle, now fully understanding the scale of it. 10 feet across. Seam down the center. Soil too firm, too uniform. Heavy enough to compress the ground around it. And no tracks, because whoever had been there hadn't come from above. They tried to come up. The breathing behind me stopped. I didn't move. The silence pressed against me harder than the wind had, dense, suffocating, unnatural in a valley that was supposed to be alive with distant animal calls. Even the bison seemed to have quieted. The air felt taut, stretched thin around me. My radio clicked once. Then my voice, flat, exhausted, said, "It's opening." I whipped the binoculars back up and aimed at the circle. The seam was widening. Barely, but enough to see dark soil shifting beneath it. Enough to see the metallic glint tilt slightly, as if no longer held flat. The entire surface seemed to pulse once, like pressure building underneath. Something was pushing upward. I took a step backward. Then another. The seam widened again, half an inch more, enough to reveal something beneath the soil. Not metal. Not rock. Fabric. Dirt-stained, sun-bleached fabric. A sleeve. A bit of shoulder. Someone's upper body slowly forcing its way toward the surface. Someone buried. Someone alive. I stumbled backward, breath catching. I reached instinctively for the radio. "Base, this is Ren. I need immediate..." I stopped, because I knew the radio wasn't going to connect me to anyone except myself. The ground shifted beneath the circle. A muffled, strained sound escaped from below, not a voice, not yet, but a human noise, desperate and struggling. Then the radio spoke one last time. My voice, broken, urgent, terrified, whispered, "Don't let it see you. It isn't me." My name is Nora Elliston. I am a field ecologist contracted by the National Park Service for seasonal alpine vegetation surveys. I began my ascent toward Granite Pass just after first light, the kind of thin, gray-blue morning that makes the ridge lines look sharper than they really are. The air was dry enough to prickle in my nostrils, the kind of cold that always feels more personal at higher elevation. I parked at the Madeira trailhead around 6:10 a.m., signed the sheet, confirmed the GPS coordinates for my survey waypoint, and started up with what I thought would be a long but straightforward day. 6 miles up, sample, photograph, record, and 6 miles back before the afternoon thunderstorms rolled in. Nothing about it was extraordinary. Not until the tree started to move. Not suddenly. Nothing dramatic. Just wrong. At first, I chalked it up to the usual optical nonsense that comes with thin air and steep slopes. Trees always look closer or farther depending on your angle. Shadows thrown by the rising sun play tricks. That's all normal. But some were just past the switchback at mile 3, The cluster of Engelmann spruce I'd clocked earlier, mentally, not in my survey book, seemed farther uphill than before. When I stopped to check my GPS, the reading was normal. My elevation was rising exactly as expected. But the spruce, they weren't where they'd been. I told myself I'd simply misremembered. That happens. Fieldwork isn't glamorous, and thin oxygen makes a fool out of anyone. I kept going. The trail narrowed into a lopsided curve, snowmelt trickling across the dirt in small silver threads. Every so often I caught that faint woodsy tank pine pitch, sun-warmed bark, something like green tea from crushed needles. I've worked in enough parks to know the rhythm of the tree-line. It doesn't lie. Once you pass it, the forest stops. The world opens into tundra. That's the rule. You don't see trees climbing higher unless you're in some sheltered microclimate with a weird windbreak. But the trees above me weren't thinning. Instead, they looked like they were thickening. That was the first moment my gut whispered something quiet and unwelcome. I checked my altimeter. It confirmed what I already knew. I was at 10,360 feet. The tree-line in this section shouldn't comfortably exist above 11,000 on these slopes, and the grove ahead wasn't at that altitude yet, but it was close. Too close. Unreasonably close. I slowed my pace without meaning to. I kept glancing back down the mountain, trying to match landmarks to the morning's climb, but the shapes didn't line up cleanly in my mind. Maybe I was just tired. I hadn't slept well the night before. Wind had rattled the cabin porch half the night. Maybe it was dehydration. Anything rational was better than admitting that something about the mountain's layout felt wrong. Around another bend, my boot slipped slightly on gravel, and when I steadied myself, I noticed another detail that froze my breath in my throat. The distinctive pine with the lightning scar, black streak spiraling up its trunk, was no longer behind me where I'd last passed it. It was ahead. That was impossible. I had brushed my glove against its bark maybe 15 minutes ago. I felt the brittle texture of the scarred trunk. I remember cataloging it mentally because lightning scars always tell a story of old storms. There was absolutely no chance I'd mistaken that one for another. Yet here it was again, uphill, leaning toward the trail like it had been waiting. I told myself, out loud, nope. No. Hydration break. Right now. I dropped my pack, sat on a rock, and drank half a liter in slow, timed swallows. I closed my eyes, counted my breathing, and waited for the world to click back into place. Usually, in the mountains, if you stop long enough, your mind reorients itself. You regain scale, distance, perspective. When I opened my eyes, the tree-line had crept closer. Not fast. Not like it had lunged while I blinked. But close enough that the branches seemed to encircle the trail from ankles to shoulders, narrowing the path, crowding its edges. They hadn't done that before. Even the smell of conifer resin was stronger, sharper, as if the entire forest had moved a few yards downhill while I wasn't watching. My heart had that strange, hollow thump like missing a stair. Okay, I said softly, steady but unsteady. Fine. We're doing this. I packed up, stood, and walked slowly uphill, eyes fixed on the path, trying not to indulge the weird paranoia that the trees were reacting to my movements. Rationality insisted it was just poor depth perception combined with nerves. But I kept imagining the trunks shifting like bodies adjusting in a crowded room. When I looked back again, the tree-line below had risen too. That was the moment it became undeniable. The band of forest was reshaping around me, compressing upward. A box forming. A perimeter closing in from all sides like a slow, quiet breath. The trail ahead, which should have opened into boulder fields and sparse tundra by now, instead dipped into a slight hollow lined with spruce that hadn't been there on any topo map or any ranger briefing. I stopped because there was nothing else to do. My GPS, when I checked it, gave a reading that made no sense. Elevation drop of 40 feet since my last waypoint. The trail hadn't dipped at all. I was higher, my burning calves confirmed that, yet the device said otherwise. The trees around me were too still. The breeze I'd felt earlier had disappeared. Even the birdsong had gone silent, like everything had paused mid-breath. I tried radioing dispatch. Static. Not unusual at this elevation, but unwelcome. I tried again. Still static. I started walking toward the hollow anyway, slow steps, deliberate, every muscle humming with unease, because the only thing worse than a wrong path is no path at all, and I wasn't about to sit in one spot waiting for altitude sickness to make the choices for me. 5 steps in, the path behind me darkened, canopy thickening. 10 steps in, I felt the distinct sensation of being observed, not watched, but measured. 12 steps in, the tree sealed behind me like a closing gate. I didn't turn around right away. Some part of me refused to. Turning would make it real, whatever had shifted behind me, whatever had sealed the path. I kept my eyes forward, on the narrow trough of earth winding between the spruces, an unfamiliar corridor that absolutely shouldn't exist anywhere near Granite Pass. My breath had turned shallow again, too loud in the still air, and each exhale felt like it was brushing against something I couldn't see. When I finally forced myself to look back, the trail I'd come from was gone. Not obscured. Not shadowed. Gone. In its place was a dense wall of trees, trunks shoulder to shoulder, their lowest branches hovering just above eye level like a line of bristles. I stepped closer, reaching out to touch the nearest trunk. It wasn't an apparition. My fingertips met cold bark and beads of sap. Completely solid, completely real, completely blocking the only way I knew out. I pulled my hand back like I'd touched fire. Absolutely not, I said under my breath. My voice sounded embarrassingly small. I turned forward again and started moving because the only direction left was deeper in. My GPS still insisted I was losing elevation, which was physically impossible unless I'd somehow walked downhill without noticing. I tried recalibrating it. No change. The little arrow kept drifting left, right, spinning sluggishly like it was stuck in syrup. Something else bothered me even more, the silence. Absolute, suffocating. I've spent countless days alone in the backcountry. Even in stillness, there's always something: wind, pika squeaks, distant water, branches ticking. Here, every sound I made felt like it was swallowed before reaching the treetops. After maybe a quarter mile, the corridor widened into a small clearing shaped almost perfectly square. That geometry alone made my chest tighten. Nature doesn't do squares. Not like this. The ground was flat, bare except for a carpet of old needles. In the center sat a rock, knee-high, smooth, pale, like granite that had been sanded by years of weather. Perfectly placed. Too perfectly. I didn't want to go near it. But the trail ahead narrowed again, framed by 2 leaning trunks like an archway. The thought of staying in the clearing felt worse than moving through it. I made myself cross. Halfway through, my boot scuffed something that clicked lightly against stone. I froze, looked down, and saw a metal survey tag, round, tarnished, attached to a rusted nail that must have been hammered into the rock decades ago. The inscription was faint, but I could make out the stamp number. T32. Government style. Old. As a field ecologist, I recognized it immediately. A marker from historic transect lines, plots used to record vegetation changes over the years. That alone wasn't strange. The park is full of them. But they don't exist up here. Not in this zone. Not on this route. And absolutely not in a clearing that isn't on any map. I crouched to photograph it anyway, more out of habit than anything. When I lifted my phone, the battery icon blinked from 71% to 28% instantly. Then to 4%. It shut off. I stood up quickly, breath catching hard. Something rustled behind me. I didn't wheel around. I darted forward, choosing the only path that remained through the leaning trunks. My boots thudded on soft earth, sending muted vibrations up my legs. I wanted nothing more than to feel the normal rhythms of a trail again, the predictability of slope, the familiar widening of the horizon. Instead, the path ahead curved subtly left, then right, like a gently coiling spine. I kept glancing to the sides. The spruces stood too uniformly, all the same height, same spacing, like they'd grown with intention rather than chaos. The smell of sap had grown thicker. Sweet, almost metallic. It clung to the back of my throat. At some point, I realized the light had changed too. The day had started bright, crisp. Now the sky filtered in through the branches with a tint that felt gray-green. Muted. As if the forest canopy had thickened a second layer over the sun. I slowed, pulse thudding in my ears. That was when I spotted the second survey marker. This one wasn't on a rock. It was nailed to a trunk. T-33. Freshly hammered. No rust on the nailhead. The metal tag still gleamed. That was impossible. I took a shaky step forward, raised my hand to touch it, then paused when a faint tremor passed through the ground. A vibration, small, like the earth shifting under a buried root. I held still, listening, waiting. There it was again, a faint rhythmic tremor. Not the ground settling. Not an animal. It felt like footsteps. Deep, slow, far beneath me. The moment I recognized the pattern, all the tiny instinctive alarms in my body went off at once. I backed away, chest tightening. The steps were spaced too far apart to be human. But they also weren't anything I could identify. Elk don't sound like that. Bears definitely don't. And no geological shift would mimic the cadence of something walking. I turned and kept moving. My throat felt dry. I tried swallowing, but it barely helped. My mind kept looping through explanations of groundwater movement, distant construction equipment, subsurface ice cracking, but none of those fit. The tremors followed me, not directly underfoot, but always near, always adjusting my changed direction. Another 100 yards and the trees tightened again. Branches knitted overhead, dimming the light into a strange mid-afternoon twilight. My watch showed it was only 10:47 a.m., but the world around me looked like evening. When I tapped the screen, it glitched, numbers flickering, then returning. I tried the radio again. Static. Then, for the briefest fraction of a second, a sound under the static. Not a voice. Not words. But the soft scrape of something brushing past a microphone, like someone breathing too close. I stopped breathing myself. Nora Elliston, the static crackled, not spoken clearly, but shaped, like the radio attempting a sound it wasn't designed for. My stomach dropped so sharply my knees weakened. The radio died in my hand. That was when I noticed the third marker dead center in the narrow path ahead. T-34. I stared at it, heart pounding. The numbers weren't random. Transect markers always appear in linear order. Someone or something was leading me along a line that should not exist here. The ground tremor came again. Closer. Slower. Deliberate. I backed up once, twice. And the tree line behind me shifted, trunks closing together with an almost inaudible creak, blocking the way back. My only option was forward. I stepped toward T-34. The earth beneath my boot pulsed, and a low, resonant crack echoed from somewhere deep below, like the start of something waking up. The crack rising from the ground wasn't loud, but it hit something deep in my chest, an instinctive warning that felt older than language. I froze, boot hovering above the dirt, afraid that setting it down would trigger whatever was shifting beneath me. My breath came out in a fast, shaky cloud, barely audible in the dense silence pressing around the trees. I eased my foot forward anyway. The soil vibrated once, twice steady, like a pulse. Not the jolt of a quake. Not the rumble of distant thunder. This was slower. Measured. Something living. The third marker, T-34, hung inches from my face as I crouched to examine it. Fresh metal. No weathering. No scratches. Even the nail had cleaned as if it had been pounded in moments ago. I reached out cautiously, touched the cold surface, and drew my hand back when another faint tremor rippled through the clearing. Something was moving below me. I forced myself to stand and started walking again, following the narrow path simply because there wasn't any alternative. Each time my boot touched the ground, I felt faint reverberations echo upward. Not always, not rhythmic, but frequent enough to feel intentional, like the ground was listening. Or responding. The trees pressed closer the farther I went. Their lower branches angled inward, some brushing my sleeves as if guiding me. It struck me that the forest no longer felt like terrain, it felt like a system. Something adaptive. Something responsive. I walked maybe another 50 yards before the corridor opened abruptly into a wider space, a sloped basin with rock outcrops scattered like stepping stones. No vegetation here. No needles. Just bare soil and stone. It was the first break in the tree cover since the path had sealed behind me, and for a fleeting second, I felt fresh air hit my face. The sky visible above the basin had shifted to a yellow-gray tone, as if sunlight were filtering through smoke that wasn't there. But at that point, I was more grateful for the sight of open space than rational about color. Near the center of the basin, half buried under loose dirt, was a fourth marker. T-35. I didn't want to go to it. Every marker so far had pulled me deeper, farther into whatever this was. But the path had curved to funnel me directly toward it, and the rocks to either side looked unstable, too loose to scramble over. So I approached slowly, each step testing the ground. The closer I got, the stronger the tremors became. Still faint, barely perceptible, but undeniably following my movement. My stomach churned, a cold dropping sensation that felt like altitude sickness without the altitude. Halfway across the basin, the vibration changed tone. It grew rougher, uneven, like something dragging itself beneath layers of dirt and stone. The sound was so faint I wasn't sure if I was imagining it. But the sand near my boot shifted, just a subtle slide, as if the earth were breathing in. Something was under me. I kept going only because stopping made it worse. By the time I reached T-35, the tremors had faded again, replaced by a new, heavier stillness. The tag here was much older, worn, scratched, almost unreadable. Unlike the previous markers, this one looked like it had been here for decades. Maybe longer. I brushed away dirt to reveal the number, and as I touched the tag, my fingers froze on something unexpected. A second nail beneath the first, bent sideways. That wasn't from installation. That was from something trying to pull the tag off. The metallic tang in the air thickened. The smell of sap returned, not just pine resin, but something hotter, sharper, like wood being stressed. Then I heard it. A long, low creak. Not mechanical. Not wind. Wood. Trees. Except there were none immediately around me. The sound came again, deeper, like a body shifting its weight. I scanned the basin. Nothing moved. Then the tree leaned behind me, farther back than I expected, leaned inward, branches dipping as if something massive had brushed past them. Not violently. Not breaking anything. Just passing. Testing. I swallowed hard, throat dry, and looked at my GPS again. The screen lit for a split second. Elevation, 9,987 feet. Then it flashed, glitched, and dropped to 9,102 feet before dying completely. I had absolutely not descended 1,200 feet. That was when I saw the fifth tag. This one wasn't on rock. It wasn't on a tree. It was on the ground itself, half buried, its metal edge protruding like an old coin rising through soil after frost heave. T-36. The earth trembled beneath it. Not continuously, but in a pattern. 2 short pulses. A pause. One long one. Repeating. Not natural. Not geological. It took me a second to recognize it. Footsteps. But not coming toward me. Passing beneath me. Moving parallel to me. Something enormous, traveling under the basin. I staggered backward, hands trembling so hard I almost dropped the radio. When I tried it again, the static was instantaneous, loud enough to sting my ear. But layered faintly under the static now. Breathing. Slow. Deep. Like something sampling the air. I couldn't breathe. I turned and bolted, not toward T-36, not toward the tree lean, but toward the left rock wall where a narrow break between 2 boulders formed a shallow notch. My fingers scraped stone as I ducked through, squeezing my pack after me. I didn't know where it led. I just needed to not be standing above whatever was tracking me. The rock crevice opened into another corridor, narrower than before, lined with roots that ran down the cliffside in tangled ropes. My boots slipped on loose gravel as I pushed forward. The air here was colder, almost alpine again. A sign, finally, of real elevation. I kept going. After maybe 100 feet, I saw a slit of sky brighter than anything behind me. Real daylight. Blue-white. Crisp. My lungs ached with relief even before I emerged. And when I did, I stumbled onto the actual trail to Granite Pass. The real trail. The one I knew. Behind me, the narrow crevice was gone. Not disguised. Not shadowed. Gone. The rock wall stood whole, unbroken, as if it had never split open at all. No corridor. No basin. No tags. Nothing. I backed away, boots scraping dirt. Higher up the slope, the tree lean sat exactly where it should, static, stable, unmoving. Not creeping. Not boxing me in. Just trees. Normal trees. My radio clicked softly back to life. Nora? You there? You're overdue for your first check-in. Dispatch. Sounding bored, not alarmed. I didn't answer immediately. I just stared at the rock wall and felt the subtle tremor still echoing in the bones of my feet. Not gone. Just deeper. Yeah, I whispered finally, lifting the radio. I'm here. Everything okay up there? I looked at the tree lean. For a second, only a second, one of the pines leaned forward against the windless sky. Just a breath. Just enough to show it could. Then it went still again. I'm heading down, I said quietly. Right now. I didn't take another sample that day. I didn't finish the survey. I didn't climb toward Granite Pass again. Somewhere beneath Rocky Mountain National Park, something moves. Slow. Measured. Following the old transect lines. And it remembers my footsteps. My name is Lyle Hart, and on the morning of October 14th, I began my descent on Bright Angel Trail intending to complete a routine observation hike for the park's acoustic survey project. My report was supposed to focus on thermal inversion echo distortion in the inner canyon, something clean, predictable, something I'd measured here dozens of times before. I had no expectation that the sounds would deviate from natural patterns, or that I'd mistake anything for an echo. That kind of error gets you flagged immediately in this line of work. I've spent 8 years studying how sound travels across the Grand Canyon walls, and I've always considered this trail one of the friendlier ones. The pair of trekking poles in my hands felt like old, familiar extensions of my arms. I didn't know I'd be gripping them so tightly by sunset that my knuckles bled. From the rim, the air was chilled by the night's leftover cold, and the canyon carried that strange, metallic quiet it gets before noon hits. I checked my data log, the decibel sensors clipped along my pack, my GPS, and the time, 7:42. Already behind schedule by 20 minutes, but still fine. The first switchbacks carried the morning light in fragments, splitting into narrow stripes on the trail. A couple of mule riders passed me heading up, the guide nodding a polite good morning. Normal. Completely normal. About 20 minutes later, somewhere between the first tunnel and the Coconino switchbacks, I stopped to take my baseline audio samples. 12 seconds of canyon stillness, 3 bursts of controlled clapping, then a whistle test. I'd done this procedure hundreds of times. Whistles carry unusually well in these walls. They ripple down the rock faces, bounce back as soft replicas, and fade cleanly. But the first whistle didn't return cleanly. It didn't even return late. It returned wrong. Instead of the high, thin tone bouncing back as expected, I heard something that dropped in pitch, like it was dragging itself across stone. I tried again, shifting my position, adjusting angle, maximizing line of sight to the opposing rock face. The second whistle came back with something underneath it, a wavering sound I couldn't categorize. Not wind. Not wildlife. Not gear interference. I wrote it off as thermal pockets at first. Sound does weird things here during morning inversion layers. Then I did the thing I regret most. I called out. Just a simple test. Hello. One syllable. Bright and clear. The canyon returned, hello. But the spacing was off. The timing didn't match the distance. And it didn't sound like my voice bouncing back. The second syllable had weight, thickness, like someone was forcing it out of a throat gone dry. I stood completely still, pulse planted, breath held. The canyon is a champion at tricking you. If you expect something to sound wrong, your brain will shape it wrong. I knew that. I told myself I just misjudged the angle. So I moved 10 feet down the trail, took another sample, and repeated the call. Hello. This time, the answer didn't come from across the canyon. It came from below. A voice thinned, stretched, cracking around its edges rose from a section of trail I hadn't reached yet. Just one word again. Hello. Same mimicry. Same unnatural pacing. Same distortion that didn't match any echo map I'd ever studied. I froze. If someone was injured down the trail, their voice would sound muffled, weak, or uneven. But this was too crisp and too close. And how would they know to mirror the exact word I'd used, syllable for syllable? I lowered my pack, grabbed the radio. The upper switchbacks crackled with interference like always, but I got a partial signal. Ranger Hart to dispatch, I said quietly. "Is there a hiker reported stranded on Bright Angel this morning?" The reply dissolved into static. I tried again, angling the antenna upward. More static. Bright Angel often dead zones near certain cliff sides, but this was heavier than usual. A low roaring hiss filled the frequency. Not wind. Something electrical. I stashed the radio, took a slow breath, and continued downward. I kept telling myself that if someone was below, they might genuinely need help. Echo weirdness wasn't enough reason to retreat. But I also couldn't shake the sensation that whatever answered wasn't asking for help, it was responding to me. By the time I reached the section of trail where the voice should have originated, the air shifted. The canyon tends to feel huge, open, limitless. Here, though, the space felt compressed, the walls leaning inward just a little too much. Not visibly, but acoustically. Sound died faster here. Even my own footsteps sounded swallowed. I stopped and called out one more time, forcing my voice steady. "Is anyone down there? Do you need assistance?" The answer came sharper. Higher. "Do you need assistance?" Not a question. A taunt. And I swear the final word cracked into a rasp that wasn't possible for an echo. Too detailed. Too shaped by lungs. My heartbeat thudded in my throat. That one piece of audio alone broke the realism threshold I rely on to do my job. Echoes don't alter pronunciation. They don't introduce tone. They don't participate. I scanned the trail carefully. Loose rock. A slope drop-off. Scrub brush clinging to the cliff. No footprints suggesting anyone had been ahead of me since yesterday's mule team. Nothing human. Nothing that could produce a targeted vocal response. The canyon held still, waiting. Then something impossible happened, but not in a supernatural way. No glowing eyes. No apparition. No delusion. Just a human sound coming from a direction where no human could physically stand. A scream tore upward from a fault in the canyon wall, maybe 60 feet below the trail, a vertical surface no one could access without ropes. A scream that rose too quickly to be part of any echo sequence. It wasn't reflecting. It was initiating. And when I flinched back instinctively, breath shaking, the scream came again, shorter, tighter, and this time shaped unmistakably like my own voice. It screamed my scream. I dropped against the rock wall, my gear clattering against stone, and for the first time in my career, I wondered whether I should climb back to the rim and leave the canyon altogether. Because the Grand Canyon wasn't echoing at me. It was answering. I stayed pressed against the wall longer than I'd like to admit, palms flat on the cold limestone, forcing air back into my lungs. The scream that mimicked mine still vibrated faintly in my bones. I tried to rationalize it: refraction anomalies, deep channel propagation, someone unseen further down the trail, but none of those explanations held. The sound had come from a sheer cliff band directly beneath me, a place no hiker could access without rope, anchors, and a willingness to cling to vertical rock. And even if someone had been down there, no one would have known the exact shape of a scream I hadn't released until the moment it echoed back at me. I picked up my pack and adjusted the straps with shaking hands. Hiking back up the trail would take me straight into the section where my voice had first been twisted and thrown back. Going down meant walking toward whatever had responded from below. Neither option felt safe, but moving down at least felt like forward motion, something I could control. So I continued. Bright Angel Trail is rarely empty, but that morning the switchbacks stretched silent, unbroken. No mule teams returning from Indian Garden. No joggers running Rent River loops. No distant chatter from tourist groups. The trail noises that normally give the canyon a sense of scale were gone. Even the birds, ravens, condors, canyon wrens kept silent. I didn't hear so much as a wing beat. Every 20 or 30 feet I looked over the edge toward the fault where the scream had come from. Nothing moved. Nothing glinted. Nothing watched. Or maybe something did, but it didn't need eyes to track me. The narrow section between the Coconino and Redwall formations is where the trail pinches against a steep drop. The rock is pinkish and warm when the sun hits it. But as I reached that section, the temperature dipped. Not drastically, just enough to make the hairs on my arms rise. The light dimmed slightly, though the sun hadn't passed behind clouds. I tried the radio again. Dispatch, this is Hart. Audio anomaly on trail. Checking for distressed hiker. Do you copy? The static that answered wasn't random. It pulsed one long burst, one short, one long. Almost like imitation. Or acknowledgement. I shut it off before I started imagining patterns where there weren't any. About 100 yards further down, the trail widens briefly, forming a small shelf with enough room to step away from the edge. I stopped there and crouched, pretending to retie a boot so I could listen without moving. The canyon felt like a giant lung holding its breath. Even my breathing sounded intrusive. Then, from somewhere beneath the trail, I heard a faint scraping. Not an echo. Not a shifting rock fall. A deliberate scrape, dragging upward, like fingertips searching for purchase on raw stone. I pulled back from the edge instinctively. The scrape stopped. I waited. My heart hammered in my ears so loudly I almost missed what came next. A whisper rose from the same impossible location, quiet, strained, broken by the canyon's natural acoustics. Lyle. It said my name. Not shouted. Not echoed. Whispered. But the part that made my legs lock wasn't the voice itself. It was the fact that the whisper matched my breathing rhythm, like it had been waiting for my inhale before speaking. I backed away from the rim so fast I nearly tripped over my poles. A whispering stranger calling up from an inaccessible cliff band was bad enough. A whispering stranger who knew my name before I ever spoke it aloud was something else entirely. I didn't call out again. I didn't test the acoustics. I didn't want to hear what might answer. I kept descending, faster now, boots punching into the dirt, each step sounding too loud. The canyon amplified my pace like it was tracking me, beating out a cadence I couldn't escape. The walls on either side carved the light into narrow beams, and the shadows seemed to stretch with me. When I reached the Redwall Bridge, I paused only long enough to drink from my hydration pack. My hands trembled so violently I had to steady them against the railing. The canyon below the bridge is a dark, narrow corridor of stone. Echoes here usually behave cleanly. Predictably. You whistle, the canyon returns the whistle. You shout, it returns the same. I didn't whistle. But something did. A sharp tone, high-pitched and short, whistled up from the darkness directly under the bridge. 3 notes. The exact pattern I'd used in my morning audio test. Perfectly spaced. Perfectly timed. But inverted in sequence, like someone or something had heard it, learned it, and was playing it back differently on purpose. I staggered back from the railing, my spine locking. My own recorded whistle pattern answered me from the wrong direction. The canyon shouldn't have been able to do that. Not with acoustics. Not with wind. Not with anything that belonged in a national park. The whistle stopped abruptly, and silence swallowed the canyon again. Then footsteps, soft, slow, measured, echoed from below the bridge, matching my pace from minutes earlier. Footsteps where no path existed. I didn't think. I ran. Not a full sprint, I couldn't risk blowing an ankle on Bright Angel, but a quick, desperate descent toward Indian Garden. The air grew warmer as I dropped elevation, but the warmth didn't comfort me. It felt like pressure filling the canyon, like something heating the air from below. Every so often I hear it again, footsteps that weren't mine. Sometimes close, sometimes distant. Always timed just off beat, like whatever followed me was intentionally stepping between my steps. As I approached the final bend before the rest house, a scream split the canyon. But this time, it wasn't mine. It was a man's voice, deep and raw, echoing from somewhere far down the trail, a real voice, not a mimicry, not a reflection. A scream for help. The kind that comes from someone who truly believes they're going to die. Help. Please, somebody. Finally, something human. A real person. A real emergency. I clung to that thought like a lifeline, because the alternative was believing the canyon itself was shaping the sounds. I shouted back, I hear you. I'm coming. Keep calling. The man screamed again. Closer. Too close. As if he had moved several hundred yards in seconds. I didn't question it. Fear does that. You'll believe the impossible if believing it means saving someone. But when I rounded the bend, the scream that should have come from ahead didn't. It came from behind me. And it was my voice. I spun so fast my boots skidded on the grit, sending a spray of dust over the trail's edge. The scream behind me, my scream, echoed upward in a jagged arc before dying somewhere in the canyon's throat. For a second, the entire world tightened into one thin line of terror running from the base of my spine down through the soles of my feet. I stared up the switchbacks I'd just come down, expecting to see someone standing there. But the trail was empty. Completely, unnervingly empty. The canyon held its silence like a closed mouth. I didn't have time to process the impossibility of it. The real scream, the man's scream, cut through the air again, sharper now, rawer, rising from farther down the trail. That one was human. Had to be. Had to. If I let myself think anything else, I wasn't sure I'd keep moving. I forced my legs into motion, descending in long, uneven strides, practically half running down the steep grade. I bypassed the rest house entirely, no point stopping, just followed the curve where Bright Angel meets the denser clusters of cottonwoods. The shade brought a rush of cool air over my face, but even the trees felt wrong. No rustle. No cicadas. Not a single sound of life. Then the screaming stopped. All at once. The canyon swallowed it like someone had snapped their fingers and muted the world. I slowed instinctively. Silence like that shouldn't exist in the Grand Canyon. Even on the stillest days, you hear something: wind, distant hikers, wings cutting air, gravel shifting. But there was nothing. And in that nothing, I heard a new sound. Breathing. Not mine. Not in front of me. Not behind me. But around me, thin, dry, papery breaths coming from the canyon walls themselves, like the rock was exhaling after holding still too long. I felt the air on the back of my neck change, just a slight shift, a faint movement. I turned, expecting to see someone standing at the tree line. Still no one. The breath came again. Closer. I forced myself to speak. If you can hear me, call out. Tell me where you are. The canyon answered with a whispering hiss, like the remnants of a scream stretched too far, then released. It didn't form words this time. It didn't need to. The sound alone tightened every nerve in my body. I stepped forward cautiously, checking the trail for footprints. In soft dust like this, I should have been able to find at least one from the man whose screams I heard. But the trail was smooth. Undisturbed. As if no one had walked it in days. Then, farther down the switchback ahead, something small caught the light, something metallic. I hurried toward it, boots crunching on the gravel. As I got closer, I saw it clearly. A handheld radio. Park issued. Same frequency band as mine. Unclipped. Abandoned. I lifted it, turned it over, checked the ID tag. It belonged to a ranger named Morris Cole. I didn't know him personally, but I'd heard the name over the years. He'd taken a 2-week solo assignment doing wildlife surveys near Indian Garden. He wasn't due back until tomorrow. I thumbed the radio on. Static filled the channel, thick and layered, like multiple signals crowded each other. Beneath it, so faint I only heard it when I held my breath, someone whispered. Not clearly. Not words. Just the shape of a voice. Almost like it was practicing. Then the static crackled, cleared just for a fraction of a second, and a single word broke through, right against my ear. Run. Not in my voice. Not in Morris Cole's voice. But in a voice that was trying to sound human and hadn't quite learned how. I dropped the radio like it stung me. My heartbeat slammed so hard it hurt. Every instinct screamed at me to get out of the canyon, now, immediately, no hesitation. But the trail behind me felt wrong, stretched, lengthened, like going back meant walking straight into whatever had been mirroring my voice. I didn't know where Morris was. Maybe he was the one who screamed. Maybe he'd dropped his radio while escaping. Maybe he was injured somewhere off trail. Maybe. The whisper curled through the canyon again. Live Lou. This time it didn't come from below. It came from the cottonwood grove ahead. Up close. Far too close. The leaves should have rustled when something moved through them, but they stayed perfectly still. I stepped backward, gripping my trekking poles like weapons. The grove remained quiet, unmoving. But something inside it breathed long, slow, deliberate breaths. Not with lungs. With space. Like the canyon walls were inhaling and exhaling through the trees. I took another step back. The breath followed. Not sound, pressure. The air shifted around me, closing in like invisible hands. My skin crawled. The hair on my arms rose. The canyon had shape now, presence, awareness, as if it wasn't just responding, it was learning. I didn't wait to see what came next. I turned and ran uphill. The trail shouldn't have been that steep. I'd hiked Bright Angel hundreds of times. I knew its grades, its curves, its markers. But the switchbacks stretched in ways I'd never felt before, as if every time I blinked, the next one angled farther away, the rim pulling itself upward faster than I could reach it. My breath hitched. My legs burned. The canyon behind me exhaled in a guttural, scraping sound that didn't resemble any human cry or animal call I'd ever cataloged. It sounded like stone grinding against stone in the shape of a voice. And then echoing all around me, coming from every wall at once, it screamed. My scream. The exact pitch, the exact panic, the exact breath pattern I'd made when it first imitated me. Only amplified. Massive. Like the entire canyon had swallowed the sound, rolled it through its miles of stone, and hurled it back with a force that shook gravel loose around my feet. I didn't look back. I couldn't. Somewhere above me, faint but real, the murmur of voices appeared. Tourists. Hikers. People at the rim overlook. Normal, living people. I pushed toward them with everything left in me. Behind me, the canyon screamed again, one last deafening, collapsing roar of my own voice. But this time it wasn't answering. It was trying to stop me. I reached the rim in a sprint, stumbling onto solid, level ground as a group of hikers turned toward me in confusion. The canyon fell silent behind me, perfectly, unnaturally silent. like it hadn't made a sound all day. When I finally looked back, nothing moved. Nothing breathed. Nothing watched. The canyon just waited, like it knew I'd be back. My name is Makorin, and I am providing this account as accurately as memory allows. The events occurred over the course of a single fog-covered afternoon in Acadia National Park, specifically along the Gorham Mountain Trail, where visibility was poor, the air was wet enough to cling to skin, and the path beneath me should have recorded every step with perfect clarity. I only mention that because footprints of my own would become the only reliable proof that I hadn't lost my mind. The day began uneventfully. I'd planned a quick solo hike before meeting friends in Bar Harbor around sunset. The forecast had warned of thick fog rolling in from the coast, but coastal fog had never bothered me. I've lived in Maine my whole life. Mist feels more like background noise than a hazard. Besides, Gorham Mountain is a straightforward trail, rock, packed dirt, and sections of open granite that catch even the faintest print when damp. I remember stopping at the trailhead sign, tightening my boot laces, adjusting my day pack, and starting upward. The fog wasn't too bad in the beginning. A soft gray blanket hovered in the trees around me, thinning whenever I climbed onto exposed rock. The wind from the Atlantic carried the smell of salt and pine, mingling in a way that always felt uniquely Acadia to me. About 15 minutes in, the fog thickened to the kind you don't walk through so much as push aside. It reminded me of stepping into a cloud. My breath became another wisp in it, instantly lost. I slowed my pace to avoid slipping on the dark, wet stone slabs. The trail markings, the familiar blue blazes, were easy to follow at first. But the trees gradually disappeared into a watercolor blur, leaves turning to smudges, branches reduced to faint silhouettes. Sounds became muffled, as though the world were wrapped in cotton. That was when I noticed the man. He appeared ahead of me on the trail, not emerging from the fog, not walking into view, but simply there, as if the fog had parted around him for a second before swallowing most of his body again. I caught only his outline at first. A man of average height, wearing dark clothing, steady in his pace. Nothing alarming. Hikers pass each other all the time. I assumed he'd started earlier and was moving slower. I stayed behind him for several minutes without giving it much thought. The trail is narrow in places, so I figured I'd pass him when the ground widened. I wasn't trying to hurry, but I wasn't trying to trail anyone either. Yet every time the fog thinned just enough for me to see ahead, he was still there, same distance, same pace, same silhouette. Something felt odd after a while. Something simple, something I couldn't name at first. It wasn't until we stepped onto a broad granite stretch, a kind of natural platform, smoothed by years of wind and rain, that I realized what was wrong. There were no footprints ahead of me. My boots left dark, wet impressions behind me. The stone was cool and damp enough that every step should have recorded clearly, even the faintest of marks. And yet the slab ahead of me was untouched, an unbroken sheen of moisture, smooth and uninterrupted. I stopped walking. The man did not. He continued forward in the same pace, heading toward the far side of the granite. Only when he reached the next stretch of packed dirt, another place where footprints would have shown, did something click in my brain hard enough to make my stomach clench. He wasn't sinking into the dirt at all. Not even slightly. He stepped as if the world beneath him offered no resistance. And although I had been hiking behind him for maybe 20 minutes, I couldn't hear him breathing, or scuffing, or even shifting his weight. For the first time, my heart tapped out a faster rhythm. But I'm not the kind of person who jumps to supernatural conclusions. My first assumption was that I simply wasn't seeing correctly through the fog. Maybe there really were footprints, and the moisture was pooling in them too quickly. Maybe the man was an experienced hiker who walked lightly. Maybe. Then we reached a section where the trail narrowed and curved, lined on one side by scrubby vegetation and on the other by a drop steep enough that I always feel a tiny jolt of caution looking down. He slowed. I slowed too, not wanting to get too close. The fog swirled, curling around his outline. And that was when I realized the second thing wrong. He matched my pace exactly. Every time I slowed, he did too. If I adjusted my stride, he subtly mirrored it. I didn't like that. Not one bit. I kept a good distance, but the resemblance and timing felt too exact to be chance. I stopped again, pretending to adjust my boot. He did not stop. He didn't keep walking either. He paused mid-step as if he'd been about to lift his foot but froze, waiting. Waiting for me. A thick coil of unease tightened in my chest. My mouth went dry even though the air was wet enough to taste. No other hikers appeared. No sounds emerged beyond the faint whisper of wind brushing through unseen branches. "Hello?" I called. "Hey." Nothing. He didn't turn. He didn't acknowledge me. He didn't move. I took a cautious step backward, eyes locked on the granite behind him, still smooth, still unmarked. Then he started walking again. Not ahead. Not away. He walked exactly in the line of footprints behind me. My footprints. Step for step, his boots landing precisely where mine had been minutes earlier. A chill unlike anything the fog could produce rippled down my spine, because I understood what that meant. There had never been footprints ahead of me. He hadn't been leaving any because he'd been following mine. For a few seconds I couldn't move. I stood in the fog, heart punching in my ribs, watching the man place his feet into my footprints with such precision it looked rehearsed. He didn't hesitate, didn't test the ground, didn't look down. He walked as if he already knew where each print had been, almost as if he'd been waiting for them. I forced myself to breathe, slow and deep, the way I do when I'm trying not to panic on a trail. People freeze, that's what every survival guide says. Panic makes you stay still. But freezing in dense fog with a stranger copying your exact path felt like the worst possible instinct. I stepped forward. He stepped forward. Not in his own rhythm. In mine. I lengthened my stride. He lengthened his. A brittle nausea crept up my throat. I didn't know what explanation made sense. Did he think following my prints was safer? Was he unstable? Was he lost and trying to use me as a guide? Or was this something else entirely, something that my brain refused to categorize? I kept walking. The fog moved with me like a living thing, folding and unfolding in slow drags. My boots left fresh prints. His boots filled the old ones. I didn't dare look back. I could feel him getting closer though, closing the distance at the exact rate my nerves frayed. If I sped up, so did he. If I eased off, he eased off. The silence between us was thick and unnerving. If someone had told me to guess what kind of person was behind me, I would have said, someone who never practiced being human. I reached a fork where the granite sloped down into a sandy patch of trail. I turned sharply, almost slipping, and stepped into the softer ground where my boots sank an inch. The fog churned around my knees. I heard it then. A faint scuff behind me. My prints on sand were deeper, and the sound of weight dropping into them was unmistakable. I stepped aside in a sudden burst of defiance. I moved 2 feet left, onto untouched sand, forcing him to choose between continuing in the same line or stepping into clear ground. For the first time since I'd seen him, he hesitated. It wasn't a normal hesitation. He didn't look around or pause with human uncertainty. He stopped mid-motion, frozen in a way that looked unnaturally sharp, shoulders tense, body angled as if someone had unplugged him. The fog curled around him. I felt the temperature drop. Not drastically, just enough that my arms prickled beneath my jacket. I couldn't see his face. The fog hid most of him, but his boots were visible. Mine were deep in the sand. His rested on the last rock slab, right in my final print. He didn't step into the new ones. He stood, head slightly lowered, breathing wrong. Too steady. Too quiet. Too slow. I swallowed hard and backed away. That's when he moved, not toward me, not away, but into the prints I hadn't made yet. He stepped forward, and his boot landed where my next footprint would have been if I'd kept walking straight instead of turning. My brain stalled, trying to make sense of it. He wasn't just following. He was anticipating. Mapping. Predicting. He knew the line I would have walked. Another step. Another perfect placement in a direction I hadn't taken. I understood horribly that he wasn't following my steps as much as occupying them. Replacing them. Like he needed me to stay in a specific path. Like he wasn't adapting to my choices, he was trying to correct them. I forced air into my lungs. Stop. Please stop. He froze again. The fog swallowed half his figure. I didn't hear breathing now. Not even the 2 even breaths from before. I heard nothing but wind, faint and far. I should have backed away slowly. I should have kept my eyes on him. But fear made me do something reckless. I turned and began moving quickly down a side path I knew looped back toward the parking lot. The moment I turned, something changed in the fog. It shifted violently, like a blanket being thrown aside. I felt movement behind me, quiet but fast, like someone stepping exactly when I stepped, mimicking each beat with frightening precision. I risked a glance over my shoulder. He wasn't in my footprints anymore. He was walking beside them, matching my pace, matching my stride, closing the distance with the eerie ease of someone who didn't care about the terrain at all. Adrenaline ripped through me. I started to jog, boots slipping on the damp ground. Every survival guideline told me not to run on foggy terrain, but instinct took over. The path bent, dropping into a narrow corridor between 2 granite outcrops. I ran anyway. The fog slowed me, clinging to my clothes and stinging my throat. My breaths turned sharp, my legs burning as I tried to put distance between us. My foot hit a slick patch of moss. I stumbled, caught myself on a tree, and kept going. Behind me? No sound. No labored breathing. Just silence. That wrong silence. And then footsteps. Not the sound of someone struggling downhill. Just soft, consistent impressions moving with unnatural precision. I rounded a bend without thinking and nearly collided with a family coming up the trail, a couple and their teenage daughter. The mother startled, putting a hand to her chest. "Oh, hey, are you okay?" the father asked. I glanced behind me. The trail was empty. No man. No silhouette. No movement. But the fog behind the family trembled, as if something had just slipped back into it. Someone's following me," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. A man. Dark clothing. Average height. He's not leaving footprints. He's walking in mine. The father frowned. "We haven't passed anyone." The mother shook her head. "Just us out here. We have seen him." I turned again. The fog on the trail behind us smoothed itself like breath against glass. And in the sand, just before the granite slope, my footprints ended. The next set began 2 feet ahead of him, as if I had skipped forward without lifting my legs. Except I hadn't. Someone else had stepped there. Exactly where I would have. Exactly where I should have. The father touched my arm. You look pale. Come with us. We're heading down. I nodded. But as we turned, I saw movement through the fog farther up the trail we had come from. A shape. A silhouette. Standing perfectly still. In fresh footprints. Mine. The family didn't see him. They kept walking, heads dipped forward as the fog thickened again, the parents trying to reassure me with forced calm. But I saw the silhouette motionless, aligned perfectly with the trail, standing in the prints I had made minutes earlier. He didn't move. Not even when the wind shifted. Not even when the mother's voice echoed faintly up the slope. I kept glancing back, but every few steps the fog swallowed him, then released a fragment of his outline, then swallowed him again. It felt like watching a figure beneath water, always distorted, always slipping between clarity and blur. We descended slowly because the parents insisted on helping me down the slick granite. I didn't argue. I didn't trust my legs anymore. My whole body shook in a cold that had nothing to do with the thin coastal air. At one point, the father asked, "Do you think he needs help? Maybe he's injured?" "No," I whispered, but my voice cracked. He's not walking normally. He followed exactly in my footprints. Exactly. And then he predicted where I would step next. The man frowned. Predicted? How? He stepped where I didn't. The teenager, walking a few feet ahead, suddenly stopped. "Dad. Look." She pointed at the dirt. Fresh footprints. My footprints. Only mine. But the spacing was wrong. Too evenly measured. Too perfectly centered. Every single one of them was aligned on the path with mathematical precision. "Those yours?" she asked. "Not all of them," I said. Because I recognized the way I walked, it wasn't that symmetrical. And there were too many. More than the steps I'd taken. They continued ahead, but I crouched for a second, staring at the prints. The shape was mine, the tread, the heel, the size, but the rhythm was off. They had been placed with care, each print exactly the same depth and angle. It felt like looking at a copy, not the original. "May," the mother said gently. "Let's keep going." I straightened and hurried after them. But as I moved forward, the fog behind us thickened into a wall. I checked over my shoulder and saw no silhouette. No movement. Just a shape in the mist, like a darker patch of fog that slowly dissolved. We reached a point where the trail widened near a boulder field. The fog thinned there because the wind from the coast funneled through. The family looked relieved. The father pointed ahead. "See? Not far now. Another 15 minutes to the parking lot." I nodded, trying to absorb that sense of safety. But something nagged. A wrong detail I couldn't place at first. Then it hit me. The prints on the trail ahead were fresh. Too fresh. We hadn't walked there yet. And every single one of them was spaced exactly in my stride length. Not the parents. Not the teenagers. Mine. The mother stepped forward and frowned. "Wait. These weren't here before." The teenager knelt, touching one of the prints. "They look brand new." The father looked at me. "May, did you come this way before you saw us?" "No," I whispered. The mother placed her hand on my arm, steady and warm. "Let's keep moving. It's almost over." But as we continued, those new prints stayed ahead of us, like a trail marking exactly where I would step, guiding us down the slope. They were placed too cleanly, too deliberately. Even when the trail twisted, the footprints curved in perfect arcs. The father picked up his pace, obviously rattled. His voice, trying to sound calm, wavered. Probably another hiker turned back. No one passed us, the mother said quietly. Then they came down ahead of us before the fog got worse. But the prints weren't here earlier. They stopped talking after that. The teenager was the first to notice the problem. "Dad?" He didn't answer. She pointed at the trail ahead. "These prints go off the path." The footprints veered sharply right into a thin corridor between two tall granite boulders. A place with no official trail. No blaze. No reason for anyone to walk there. And then, 20 feet beyond the split, the prints stopped. Not faded. Stopped. Mid-stride. As if the person making them had vanished from the air. A hollow silence draped over us. Even the wind dulled, as though the fog were listening. "Nope," the father muttered. "We're not following that." He turned left, staying on the real trail, ushering his family forward. I should have followed. I tried. I really tried. But the fog thickened behind me like fingers closing around a throat, and some primal instinct told me not to let the corridor go out of sight. Because someone was standing there. Barely visible. A faint outline. Motionless, facing me. Not the father. Not the mother. Not the teenager. Him. He was turned toward me this time. Every detail blurred by the fog except the darkness where his head should have been and the faint suggestion of shoulders. I froze. He took one step. My foot jerked forward without my permission, as if pulled by an invisible string. The parents didn't see anything. They kept walking. Their voices became muffled. Another step from him. Another involuntary twitch from me. Like he was drawing me in. I forced myself back, muscles screaming, my boots skidding. I stumbled toward the family. The father noticed and reached out, grabbing my jacket sleeve. "May, come on." His grip broke whatever force had been pulling me. I gasped sharply, as if I had been underwater. The silhouette didn't move. It simply faded, dissolving into fog until nothing remained. We hurried the rest of the way down, almost slipping multiple times. The fog slowly thinned, giving way to pale afternoon light near the parking lot. My heart thudded relentlessly. When we finally reached solid gravel, the relief hit so hard I nearly collapsed. The family led me to their car. The mother offered water. The father asked if I needed the ranger station. I almost said yes. Then I saw them. Footprints. My footprints. Leading from the trailhead sign directly to the passenger door of my own car. All evenly spaced. All perfectly aligned. All placed while I had been on the mountain. The father followed my stare and shook his head. "May, were those there when you arrived?" "No," I whispered. And when I opened my car door, a cold draft brushed past me. Inside, on the rubber floor mat, a single footprint. My tread. My size. But I hadn't been there yet. I shut the door, locked it, and stepped back. Because the fog drifting across the parking lot seemed to be gathering again. And a shape was forming within it. Exactly my height. Exactly my outline. Waiting. My name is Eamon Frey, and I serve as a seasonal maintenance ranger for Glacier National Park, primarily assigned to the Lake McDonald district. I have spent 6 years walking these shorelines, cataloging storm damage, clearing debris, repairing docks, and monitoring water conditions. In that time, I have learned every ridge reflection on the lake, every pattern of wind that slides down from the mountains, and every strange sound the water makes at night when the shoreline cools faster than the surface. That familiarity is exactly why what happened today unsettled me in a way I still cannot fully articulate. This account contains approximately 900 words, written as precisely and clearly as I can manage, because I want there to be no confusion about what I saw and what I did. The day began like most early summer days here, clear enough to see the washed-out blues in the peaks, but hazy around the edges from the warmth that had settled in since morning. I'd been repairing a warped section of the small wooden dock near Apgar when the first sign of something odd appeared, a ripple that moved against the direction of the breeze. It wasn't dramatic, and I dismissed it the same way I dismiss most things on the lake that don't match a pattern: fish, submerged driftwood shifting, even the occasional stray log rising briefly to the surface. The lake has moods, and I've learned not to overthink every one of them. By mid-afternoon I wrapped up my tasks and radioed in that I would be hiking the west shoreline for a routine patrol. The trail hugged the lakeside closely, the water stretching out to my right like a sheet of polished obsidian. Glacier water is so clear it can trick you into thinking you're staring into polished stone instead of something alive and shifting. I remember thinking how still it looked for that hour of the day, the sunlight flattening the surface until it almost reflected like glass. The first moment I truly hesitated came when I noticed a glint, small, warm, almost like a reflection of firelight, skating across the far-off section of lake near the midpoint. At that distance, anything can deceive you: a fisherman's lure, a phone screen catching the sun, even a reflection from a passing kayak. But the light moved steadily, drifting parallel to the shore but far enough out that no person wading or paddling could realistically be associated with it. I raised my binoculars, thinking maybe someone had illegally launched a small boat or was night fishing early. Instead, the image snapped into sharp focus and froze me where I stood. It was a lantern. Not a modern LED camping lantern or even an oil lamp someone might use for a photo shoot. This thing looked older. Iron-framed, smoky glass, the kind of lantern you see in historical ranger station displays or old black and white photos of the first survey teams from a century ago. It floated upright on the water, flame burning with a soft, steady orange light. No boat. No person. Nothing around it that could have held it in place or kept it moving so smoothly. I lowered the binoculars, blinked, looked again. Same lantern. Same impossible image drifting farther toward the center of the lake. The logical explanation is always the same: a prop. A prank. Something lightweight rigged to a submerged float. But the idea of hiking down toward the waterline and getting a closer look tugged at me in a way I can't quite rationalize, like the sight of that lantern triggered some instinct I didn't know I had. When I reached the nearest shoreline access point, the lantern had drifted closer still, maybe 100 yards out far, but not impossibly distant. I cupped my hands around my mouth and called out, "Is anyone out there?" The sound carried well. Lake McDonald always throws sound farther than you expect. The lantern reacted in a way no floating object should have. It didn't bob in a random wave pattern. It didn't drift. It dipped smoothly, deliberately, as if someone beneath the surface pressed down on the handle. Then it rose again, flame flickering but intact. That motion dropped a cold weight straight into my stomach. I tried again. "Hello? Do you need help?" I was already scanning for swimmers, overturned kayaks, anything that might explain a person being out there without a vessel. Glacier water is cold enough to kill someone in minutes, even in June. The lantern dipped again. And this time, it didn't come back up right away. A disturbance bloomed around it, concentric ripples radiating outward, far too wide for something small and far too smooth for the turbulence of a surfacing animal. I stepped closer to the edge without fully realizing I was doing it. The water was still glassy near shore, darkening into the deep blue gradient I've always loved, the shade that almost disguises how quickly the bottom drops off into a near vertical descent. When the lantern surfaced again, it was closer to me. Not drifting closer, placed closer. As if someone had risen just long enough to bring it forward before disappearing beneath the surface again. My breath had gone shallow without my noticing. Training, fortunately, overrode the instinct to back away. Someone could be in the lake. Someone might be struggling under the water. People drowned silently, without thrashing or shouting, and the possibility that I was witnessing the last movements of a swimmer in trouble locked my focus into a narrow, determined point. I unclipped my radio and keyed it. Dispatch, this is Frey on Lake McDonald West Side. Possible person in the water, unconfirmed. I'm going to maintain visual. Stand by. Static crackled, then a confirmation. The lantern drifted, or rather, lingered in one spot, flame still steady. The water around it darkened slightly, like a shadow rising but not breaking the surface. I waited for a head, an arm, some sign of life. Nothing appeared. But the lantern began moving again, this time in a slow arc, toward the deeper center of the lake. Like something beneath it wanted me to follow. I stayed put, eyes fixed on that single point of orange light fading gradually into the vast blue surface. That was the moment I realized the lake had gone absolutely silent around me. And that was when things began to escalate. The silence around me wasn't the natural kind. I know what glacier silence feels like. It's layered, distant water movement, wind shifting in the trees, birds clicking or trilling, the occasional creak of old wood in the dock, or the soft grind of gravel adjusting under temperature changes. This silence had none of those layers. It felt like the air had been padded, as if something above or below had pressed pause on everything else while leaving only me and that floating orange point of light. I didn't move at first. I watched the lantern drift farther, the flame impossibly steady despite the barely noticeable breeze that should have affected it. When I finally took a few steps back, the sounds of the world returned gradually, a single bird chirp, the whisper of wind, the faint lapping of water. The transition made my skin prickle as if I had stepped over an invisible line and didn't realize it until I crossed out again. I radioed once more. Dispatch, still no visual on any swimmer or vessel. Lantern object is moving away from shore. No signs of distress, but I don't know what I'm looking at. They asked me if I could approach safely. I didn't blame them for phrasing it that way. Glacier has its share of visitors doing strange, unsafe things, and sometimes the best we can do is intervene before something becomes fatal. I hesitated. I should have declined. I should have said I needed backup, or that I needed eyes from the patrol boat, or that the lake wasn't behaving the way it should. But something about the lantern's movement triggered a responsibility in me that felt almost instinctual, the idea that if someone was under the water, I had no right to stand there and hope someone else got to them faster. I'm approaching along the shoreline, I said, and clipped the radio back. The lantern kept gliding toward the deep central basin of Lake McDonald, a region that plunges so sharply that light fades after just a few feet, leaving nothing but a black, icy void. People underestimate how dangerously cold the water is. Even the strongest swimmers can lose the ability to move in under 10 minutes once hypothermia starts pulling the heat out of them. I followed its path from land, keeping pace with it through the trees, occasionally losing sight of it through branches before finding it again through a clearing or between two trunks. Each time I relocated it, the lantern was slightly farther out, always at an angle that suggested deliberate placement rather than natural drift. I didn't want to admit what that implied. After several minutes, I reached a cove where the shoreline dipped low and the trees opened enough for me to step right to the water's edge. From here the lantern looked smaller, the flame a dim orange fleck against the darker water. I cupped my hands again. If you can hear me, I need you to call out. I'm here to help. but I can't assist if I don't know where you are." The lake answered with a small ripple that reached shore seconds later. Not a splash. Not a disturbance. A ripple, slow, evenly spaced, like something shifting position just beneath the surface. I stared, waiting. The lantern seemed to pause. The flame flickered once, twice, then steadied. The water beneath it rippled again. That was when I realized something else. No reflection. The lantern's glow didn't cast itself on the water. There was no orange shimmer on the surface, no distorted gleam. The flame burned bright, yet the lake remained perfectly dark beneath it. It was as though the light existed only in one direction, toward me. I stepped back. A rational explanation fought its way to the surface of my thoughts. Maybe the angles were wrong. Maybe the brightness wasn't enough to reflect from this distance. Maybe the overcast sky had dimmed the surface too much. But I knew better. Water reflects even weak light. That darkness wasn't natural. I keyed my radio again, but instead of speaking, I listened. I don't know why. Maybe I expected interference. Maybe I expected the same awful hush that had settled over the lake earlier. Instead, I heard regular static, the kind you always get in these mountains. I finally said, "Dispatch, I think we might be dealing with a submerged hazard. I need boat support to check the deeper section." They acknowledged, said they were alerting Lake Patrol and that estimated arrival was 20 minutes. It should have reassured me. Instead, my pulse quickened. 20 minutes felt impossibly long. The lantern dipped again, this time rolling halfway underwater before righting itself. The motion was not random. It was too controlled. Something beneath had interacted with it. I don't know why I did what I did next. Maybe it was habit. Maybe it was duty. Maybe the lake had gotten under my skin without me realizing it. I crouched at the water's edge, peering into the surface, hoping to catch some trace, a shadow, a silhouette, anything indicating human movement. The water was so clear that I could see pebbles and submerged grasses several feet below. But beyond that, nothing. Darkness swallowed everything after a short distance. I leaned farther, squinting. The water shifted. Not waves. Not wind. A pressure wave. The kind that comes when something large displaces water beneath you. My breath caught. I straightened quickly, stepping back until my boots met dry ground again. The lake stilled almost instantly, as if nothing had happened. When I looked back up, the lantern was closer. Not by much, but enough. It sat maybe 50 yards out now, centered directly in front of me, that small flame burning unwaveringly bright. And then I heard it. A faint sound. Just a brush. A whisper of something moving under the water. But it wasn't a voice. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't even something I could identify. It was a slow, dragging motion, like fabric or rope sliding over stone, or like something heavy being pulled upward through a narrow space. Every instinct screamed at me to move back, to create distance, to wait for the patrol boat. But another instinct, the one trained into me by years of responding to emergencies, told me someone could be submerged right now. Someone could be stuck on debris. Someone could have weighted clothing pulling them down. I knelt again, carefully, this time keeping my center of gravity back. "Hey!" I called, louder. "If you can hear me, I need you to respond. Knock on something. Splash. Anything." The dragging stopped. The lantern tilted slightly. And something directly beneath it shifted, a dark mass, just at the threshold where the clear blue water turned into black depth. It was rising. Slowly. Deliberately. coming toward the surface. My heartbeat hammered in my throat hard enough to blur my vision, because whatever was rising wasn't surfacing like a person. It was coming up too smoothly, too silently, and far, far too close. The flame in the lantern wavered for the first time. Then the water directly in front of me made a sound I have never heard in my life. A soft, deliberate exhale, as if something underwater had been holding its breath and had finally decided to let it out. That soft exhale rolled across the water like a release of pressure from something large hidden beneath the surface. I staggered backward instinctively, boots grinding into the gravel as the water stilled again in a way that felt wrong, almost timed, as though whatever had exhaled was now waiting for my next move. The lantern floated in perfect balance, its frame dripping with water that shouldn't have reached it, steady streams falling from the iron handle in a rhythm too slow to be natural. I kept my eyes locked on it, partly because I didn't want to see what made that sound and partly because some instinct deeper than fear warned me not to look away. I raised the radio again. "Dispatch," I said, trying to keep my voice even. "Please confirm boat ETA." I expected the delay. Mountains always play hell with the signal. But the static that filled the line wasn't the ordinary kind. It had an undertone like the faintest, wood-dragging sound behind the crackle. I pulled the radio slightly away from my ear, but the noise persisted for several seconds before clearing. Finally, dispatch came through. "Boat is 10 to 15 minutes out. Stay in a visible area. Do not attempt water entry." That last line should have grounded me. It didn't. Not with that lantern sitting unnaturally still on a restless lake, and not with whatever was beneath it moving upward again. Ripples spread outward in slow arcs, too symmetrical to be natural. They expanded in near-perfect circles, 1, 2, 3, each one forming at evenly spaced intervals like something enormous shifting positions deep below the surface. I stepped farther back until my heels met the tree line. Then the lantern drifted toward shore. It didn't rock or sway the way something floating should. It glided, straight as a drawn line, cutting across the water in a smooth motion that ignored the wind entirely. Its flame leaned forward, tapering into the direction of its movement like it was guiding the motion instead of reacting to it. 50 yards. 40. 30. I could see more details now, rust freckles on the metal, a hairline crack in the cloudy glass, soot residue collected on the inside as though it had been burning for far longer than a single day. The closer it came, the more impossible it felt that something so old could be drifting as though under direct control. I found myself stepping sideways, instinctively avoiding the exact shoreline path it was approaching. The lantern adjusted its angle by only a few degrees, aligning with me as though it had registered the shift. I froze. That was the first moment I felt real fear, not concern, not ranger reflexes, not confusion. Fear. Something had reacted to me. Something under that lantern knew exactly where I was standing. The water darkened. It was subtle at first, a gradient of blue deepening toward black. But it grew, thickened, until the entire surface beneath the lantern turned opaque, like ink bleeding outward through the lake. When the lantern reached 20 yards from the shoreline, I realized it was no longer floating. It wasn't sinking either. It was being raised. Water bulged upward beneath it, lifting the lantern the way a hand might lift an object placed on an open palm. But no shape broke the surface. There was no body, no head, no arm, just a rising swell of water forming a mound that supported the lantern unnaturally. I backed away fast enough that branches snagged my jacket. The mound held for 3 long seconds before the water collapsed downward and the lantern plunged a foot beneath the surface and then shot back up, like something had thrust it from underneath. The flame never went out. Something was rising again. A slow, heavy motion displacing far more water than any person could. The surface trembled, not violently but steadily, like the lake itself was breathing. The dragging sound returned, clearer now, originating from just below the lantern's position. I pulled my barrel horn free from my belt. It wasn't a weapon, but instinct demanded I hold something, anything, between myself and that part of the lake. A shape finally approached the threshold where the water stopped being blue. Not a body. Not an animal. Just dark mass. Rounded. Unbroken. Too smooth to be a person, but too controlled to be a natural current. It rose inches at a time, each increment punctuated by that same dragging sound, like wet fabric sliding over rock. When it came within a foot of breaking the surface, everything stopped. The lantern froze mid-drift. The ripple patterns halted mid-circle. Even the flame stilled, as if suspended without air. Then an object broke the surface. Not the mass. Not a face. Not a hand. A rope. Waterlogged, fraying, thick as my wrist. The same rope used on old cargo canoes, the kind once used on Lake McDonald decades ago. It rose vertically, as though held taut from below, droplets streaming off it in steady trails. Then another coil surfaced. And another. 3 lengths of rope, rising from the depths like something was pushing them upward and offering. I didn't understand what I was seeing until the end surfaced. Knots. Old-style bowline knots. The kind tied by the first backcountry crews who surfaced this lake over 50 years ago. The same knots shown in the historical ranger photos displayed in the visitor center. The same knots tied on the lanterns used before modern lighting was installed at the early outpost docks. The lantern lowered until it hovered just above the knotted rope ends. My stomach twisted hard. It wasn't guiding anything. It was being retrieved. The ropes twitched once. Then the entire assembly, ropes, lantern, unseen mass, descended. Not fast. Not slow. Purposefully. I watched the flame dim as it dropped deeper, the orange glow fading into the blue, then into the black until the lake returned to its natural, glassy stillness. The silence returned with it. Not the padded, unnatural silence from earlier, just the ordinary quiet of a lake that's too big and too cold to care who stands on its shore. The patrol boat arrived minutes later. 2 rangers scanned the surface with searchlights, checked for debris, ran sonar sweeps. They found nothing. No person. No object. Not even an anomaly in the water readings. No lantern. No ropes. Nothing. I wrote my full report exactly as procedure required. They didn't question my detail, not because they believed every part, but because Glacier is full of strange, isolated events with no clean explanation. They flagged it as unresolved water disturbance, no threat identified. And that was that. I returned to the shoreline near sunset. I didn't expect to see anything. And I didn't. Not on the water. Not on the trail. But when I reached the maintenance shed to store my gear for the night, something was sitting on the wooden step. A small fleck of soot. Fresh. Still warm. And next to it, a single drop of lake water. Clear. Cold. Resting exactly where a lantern might drip if someone had set it down. And left it for me to find. My name is Jessa Rowe, and I am a field survey volunteer working under a short-term program that assists with backcountry trail assessments within Great Smoky Mountains National Park. The documentation I have prepared for this report consists of a single account of events that occurred over the span of one day during a routine solo survey along an established ridgeline route. The narrative contains approximately 900 words. I began that morning with the dull calm that comes from knowing exactly how your day is supposed to unfold, hike 3 miles along a low-traffic connector, mark down fallen limbs interfering with the trail corridor, check 2 older shelters, and return before dusk. It was simple work, repetitive and quiet, and I'd done similar routes more times than I could count. The section I was assigned skirted a lesser-traveled pocket just off Forney Ridge, a patchwork of overgrown side trails and abandoned homesteads that had been reclaimed by the land long before I was born. Most structures noted in the park's older documents had either collapsed or been removed decades ago. That made what I found later feel even stranger. By late morning, the temperature had already risen enough that every breath tasted like warm leaf mold. The trail was narrow and occasionally choked by rhododendron, forcing me to angle sideways to move through. My GPS logged everything cleanly, each point matching up with the official map I had downloaded from the office. Nothing about the route showed unexpected structures or features ahead. But about an hour in, I began noticing subtle inconsistencies that I brushed off as normal. First were the footprints, fresh boot treads in the soft dirt that didn't match mine. They were wide, deep, and recent, no more than a day old. That alone wasn't concerning. Plenty of hikers wandered off trail or cut through unofficial paths. Still, the direction of the prints bothered me. They seemed to diverge from the main path and then return in short loops, almost as if the person kept circling around something just out of view. By the time I found the break in the foliage, it didn't look man-made at all. The rhododendron parted in a way that suggested animals had used the corridor, not people, yet the ground was too clean, no hoofprints, no scat, no matted vegetation. Just that same pair of boot prints weaving ahead of me. My instinct told me not to venture off the mapped route, but survey work wasn't always tidy. If a structure existed off trail, even unofficially, we were required to document it. The corridor dipped gently downhill, and within a minute or two, I saw the cabin. At first glance, it might as well have been a photograph from 100 years ago. Rough-hewn logs, single-pitched metal roof, a small front porch with no railing. But the condition of it was wrong. Completely, suspiciously wrong. The logs weren't rotting or moss-covered. The roof didn't sag. There were no vines, no fallen leaves piled against the walls. It looked recently built, or recently restored. And yet, this place wasn't on any map. Not old ones, not new ones, not even the internal survey overlays that marked defunct camp foundations. I stepped onto the porch slowly, listening for any obvious signs of life. No wind chimes. No shifting floorboards. No birds flitting away. Even the forest behind me felt muted, as if whatever lived out there didn't want to be near this place. The door wasn't locked, but it was closed. I knocked once, calling out with the same clear tone rangers taught us to use, firm enough to announce presence, neutral enough not to startle anyone. No answer. I turned the handle and stepped inside. The first thing that hit me was the smell, not musty, not stale, but warm. Lived in. A scent like ground coffee and old wood warmed by sunlight. A lantern on the small kitchen counter glowed with a steady, soft burn. Not flickering like someone had just lit it, but as if it had been running for a long while. The enamel mug next to it held coffee that still released thin ribbons of steam. I stared at it far longer than I meant to, trying to come up with any explanation besides the obvious one. Someone had been here minutes ago. My voice echoed much louder than expected when I called out again. The cabin interior was one room, just big enough for a table, a bunk, and a wood stove. The stove was cold. The table was empty except for a closed notebook and a folded map that wasn't the park's official design. And the bed, God, the bed is what made every hair on my arms rise. The blanket was rumpled in a way that suggested someone had just shifted their weight. The indentation was still there, not faint or rounded out like the shape left after someone rose hours ago. It looked like a body was lying there at that very moment. My brain tried to fill the gap with a presence, even though I could see there was no one. It was the kind of imprint you see when someone gets up just as you enter a room. I didn't move at first. Something in me waited for the sound of footsteps outside, or maybe the pressure of weight returning to the mattress. But nothing came. The only sounds were my breathing and the faint hiss of the lantern's mantle. I took out my radio and keyed it, intending to contact base, but the signal didn't catch. I tried again, nothing. The cabin wasn't far enough into the backcountry for a dead zone. That unsettled me more than the bed. As I stood there, looking around, the air shifted slightly, like the room exhaled. Not a supernatural sensation. Just a subtle pressure change, the kind you notice when a door somewhere closes or when a building settles under its own weight. Except nothing moved. I backed toward the doorway, needing to step outside, regroup, and log this properly. That was when I noticed the second mug on the counter. I hadn't seen it before. And unlike the first one, this one wasn't steaming, it was half full, as if someone had taken a sip and set it down only moments prior. And the seat at the small table wasn't pushed in anymore. Someone had been sitting there. Or still was nearby. I stepped outside, heart thudding, and that was when I saw the fresh set of boot prints I hadn't left. They led straight to the porch. And none led away. You have not enough humanizer words left. Upgrade your surfer plan. I stared at the boot prints longer than I should have, long enough that my mind began stitching impossible explanations together just to avoid the simplest one. The prints were crisp, sharply defined in the soft soil, as if whoever made them had been standing there only minutes before I stepped onto the porch. But what froze me wasn't their clarity, it was the way they stopped. Not faded, not overlapped, not scuffed out. They simply ended at the first porch step, like the person had stepped up and vanished into the air. I crouched to study them, telling myself to think like a survey volunteer, not someone rattled by an old cabin. The soil was undisturbed beyond those last impressions. No drag marks. No fragments. Nothing. I pressed my own boot next to the tracks, and the difference in depth made my throat tighten. The unknown prints were heavier. Much heavier. Whoever made them weighed significantly more than I did, or carried something heavy, yet somehow walked off without leaving any trace. I should have left then. Walked back up the corridor, returned to the trail, logged the structure and the anomaly, and reported everything once I had signal. That would have been the protocol. But something kept me tethered there, the unanswered mug, the lantern, the indentation in the bed that shouldn't have held its shape for so long. Real explanations kept flickering through my mind. Maybe a hiker had taken shelter. Maybe they panicked when they heard me coming. Maybe they slipped out the back. But the cabin had no back door. No basement. Barely even crawl space beneath it. I stepped off the porch and circled around the structure, searching for anything: a footprint, a disturbed fern, a break in the underbrush. The forest was unnervingly still. Even the insects were quiet. A fallen log behind the cabin looked like a decent hiding spot, but when I approached it, there were no impressions on its moss-covered surface. The more I searched, the more obvious it became that no one had left the cabin in any physical way. My radio crackled unexpectedly, a burst of static that startled me badly enough to make me drop it. Before I could pick it up, another burst hissed through. No voice, no signal ID, just a low rushing sound like wind through a long metal tunnel. I lifted the radio to my mouth and called base again. "Base, this is Roe. Do you copy?" The response was a slow building hum, then silence. Not normal interference. More like the device was trying to pull in a frequency that didn't belong there. I felt the sharp squeeze of instinct, the kind that whispers when a situation has crossed an invisible line. I made my way back to the porch. The plan was simple: step inside, document everything quickly with photos, then leave. I wanted proof. Not because I doubted myself, but because I knew how this would sound once I made the report. A warm cabin in the middle of nowhere. Fresh coffee. Footprints that ended at a step. When I re-entered the cabin, the air felt different, thicker, denser, as if humidity had climbed suddenly. The lantern's glow cast warmer light now, the mantle burning brighter than before. I moved slowly, raising my phone to take pictures. First the mug, then the lantern, then the bed. My thumb hesitated over the shutter button. The indentation had changed. Not smoothed out. Not collapsed. Changed shape. The dip was deeper now, noticeably deeper, like something heavier had settled there, sinking further into the mattress. I didn't let myself finish the thought forming behind that observation. I took the photo and stepped back. The closed notebook on the table caught my attention next. It was old but not antique, more like something a researcher or cabin caretaker might use. I didn't intend to open it. Technically, you're not supposed to tamper with items in unofficial structures, but curiosity and unease tugged too hard. I flipped it open carefully. The first page held a date. 10 days earlier. Under it was a name I didn't recognize. And beneath that, written in quick, messy script, were several lines describing the same things I'd just observed. Found cabin not on map. Lantern warm. Mug full. Bed shows recent use. No sign of occupant. My hands began to tremble. I flipped the page. The next entry was shorter. Footprints stop at porch. Heard movement inside. No one answers. Staying to check further. That entry was dated 7 days ago. I flipped ahead. The next few pages were blank. Then, near the back, a page with smeared handwriting caught my eye. Only half a sentence was legible. If someone comes later, don't. The rest of the line had been scratched out violently, scoring through the paper until it nearly tore. I closed the notebook and backed toward the door again, pulse hammering. Something in me felt watched, not in the paranormal sense, but in the way you feel someone's eyes track your movements from behind a tree line. Before I stepped out, I noticed something else. The second mug, the one that hadn't been steaming earlier, was empty. I was sure it had been half full when I first saw it. I replayed the moment in my mind, recalling the color of the liquid and the faint ring along the inside of the cup. And now that ring was dry. I stepped onto the porch, trying to convince myself that maybe I'd misremembered. Stress does strange things to perception. But then I saw the boot prints again, and the breath caught in my throat. There were more of them. A fresh line of prints trailed outward from the porch, heavy, deep, unmistakably new. They led across the clearing toward the tree line. And then, like before, they simply stopped. Not faded. Not scattered. Stopped mid-stride, the last print pressed cleanly into the earth as if the foot had come down, and then never lifted again. I stood frozen, listening to the quiet forest, expecting any second to hear a snap of a branch, the thud of footsteps, the scrape of a boot on rock. But the world held still, waiting with me. That was when a soft creak echoed behind me. The cabin door had swung halfway shut, even though I hadn't touched it. The sound of the door creaking behind me jolted through my spine hard enough that I nearly stumbled off the porch. I turned fast, heart pounding, and for a second the doorway looked darker than it had any right to. Not because the lantern had dimmed, it hadn't, but because the angle of the door created a partition of shadow that hadn't been there before. A simple thing. A normal thing. A door swinging on old hinges in mountain humidity. And still, my legs wouldn't move. I forced myself forward and pushed it open again. Nothing had changed inside. No shifting bed indentation. No new mugs. Just the same one-room cabin holding its breath the way I was. I let the door rest fully open this time, not wanting to hear it move again. The forest around me remained dead still, and every instinct I had screamed that I needed to leave this clearing immediately. Protocol or no protocol, documentation or no documentation, whatever I had seen here was wrong in ways that didn't fit any simple explanation. I stepped off the porch and followed the newest set of boot prints, telling myself that understanding where they led would help me make sense of all of this. They angled toward the tree line but stopped abruptly in the middle of the clearing. The final print was deeper than the rest, pressed almost an inch into the soil. I crouched, hovering my hand above the indentation to feel if there was any warmth. I don't know what I expected, some trace of lingering body heat, maybe, but the dirt was cool. Perfectly normal. Beyond that last print, the ground was untouched. Pine needles lay where they had fallen. Ferns held their delicate curse without any disturbances. No bent twigs. No flattened moss. No sign of weight having passed through. Like the prints belonged to a ghost who walked out 10 steps and simply evaporated. I took a steadying breath and slowly turned in a full circle, searching for any movement between the trees. The Smokies were dense with life, birds, squirrels, deer, yet the silence was total. A quiet this thick didn't happen naturally. Even wind would have broken it. My skin itched with the feeling that every sound I wasn't hearing was a warning. When I lifted my radio to try one more call to base, the device crackled sharply, startling me enough that I nearly dropped it again. But this time there was a voice, or something shaped like one. A faint murmur, cut up by static, like someone speaking through wind. SA, row, air. My entire body locked. Someone had said my name. I pressed the transmit button hard. This is Row. Who is this? Repeat that last transmission. The reply came broken, hollow, and close enough to a whisper that it sounded almost like breath against the speaker. Don't inside. The radio cut to static so thick it felt like presence, a wall of sound that pressed against my ears until I switched the device off entirely. I didn't realize I was shaking until I saw the tremor in my hands. I wanted to tell myself it had been some ranger from a distant outpost whose call bounced off the ridges and scrambled itself beyond recognition. But no ranger knew my exact position. No ranger would speak like that. And the voice, the cadence had been wrong. Not distorted by distance, distorted like it hadn't been formed by a human throat at all. I forced myself upright and made a decision. I would take the documented GPS coordinates, leave the area, get back to the main trail, and report everything once I reached a reliable signal point. There was nothing left to figure out here, and nothing I could safely justify staying for. The cabin wasn't on any map because it wasn't supposed to be found, and whatever lingered around it wasn't something I could understand. But as I turned to retrace the narrow corridor I'd entered from, something stopped me cold. The vegetation had shifted. The rhododendron that had opened into a clean, oddly empty path earlier now looked denser, branches overlapping in ways I didn't remember. It wasn't a complete blockage, I could still push through if needed, but the tunnel-like gap I had walked down was gone, replaced with a congested tangle that would slow me significantly. That was all it took for panic to skitter under my skin. Forests changed with wind and wildlife, yes, but not in 20 minutes. Not without a sound. And not in a way that conveniently sealed me in with a structure that shouldn't exist. I backed away, forcing myself to breathe, thinking hard. There were other ways out. I could bushwhack uphill toward the ridge if I kept a compass bearing. It would be slow, but I'd done worse in surveys. I checked my GPS again, hoping for a clear signal from satellites overhead. Instead, the unit displayed a blank screen. Then a single blinking cursor. Then it shut itself off completely. I stood very still, listening. Somewhere behind me, From inside the cabin, a quiet, unmistakable sound reached my ears. The bed creaked. Not heavily. Not the weight of a person rolling over. Just a single, subtle shift like fabric settling under pressure. I closed my eyes, not to block out anything, but because I knew opening them again wouldn't change what I'd heard. I reminded myself, buildings settle. Wooden frames shift with humidity. Beds can creak on their own. Perfectly normal explanations. Perfectly ordinary ones. But the sound had come from the center of the mattress. Not the corners. Not the frame. The center. And I knew, with a cold certainty, that the indentation I had seen earlier was no longer the shape of someone getting up. It was the shape of someone lying back down. I did not go inside to check. I didn't need to. My brain had already supplied the image, and my body refused to move any closer to that threshold. I turned toward the opposite side of the clearing, orienting myself uphill, and began moving quickly but carefully through the underbrush. I didn't look back at the cabin. The lantern glow still painted the doorway in warm ember, and I didn't want to see whether the door drifted open again, or whether something shifted behind it. The forest swallowed me with a kind of relieved hunger, branches brushing against my shoulders as if urging me onward. I kept my breath low, my steps light, pushing through ferns and laurel until my heartbeat slowed enough for thought to return. Every 100 feet I checked the slope, correcting my angle. The ridge wasn't far. Halfway up, my radio crackled to life again, no voice this time, just a short burst. Then silence. I didn't answer it. I didn't even slow down. When I finally reached the ridge crest and stepped onto the official trail, the silence broke. Birds called. Leaves rustled. The world breathed normally again. Only when I reached the ranger station hours later did I look at my photos. Everything was there, the mug, the lantern, the bed. Everything except the indentation. In the photo, the mattress was spotless. Flat. Undisturbed. And in the background, reflected in the lantern glass, was what looked like the faint outline of a figure sitting at the table. The same figure whose mug had been empty. The same figure whose footprints ended at the porch. My name is Rowan Fisk, and on the morning of June 19th, I began my hike into Denali National Park with the intention of completing the Savage River Loop before noon. I had checked weather advisories, trail conditions, wildlife notices, and radioed my exact route to the backcountry office. Everything was as ordinary as any of my day hikes, and I had no reason to expect anything except a cold, bright walk along the low ridges before the afternoon storms rolled in. The air was thin and sharp, the kind that makes sound travel strangely far but keeps the world feeling hushed, and the gravel under my boots was still damp from snowmelt. I noticed the ranger before he noticed me. He stood about 40 yards ahead near a bend in the trail, a dark shape against the pale sweep of tundra. The posture hit me first rigid, like he had anchored himself into the ground rather than simply standing there. He wasn't moving except for a slight sway, the kind caused by wind or uneven footing. I slowed my pace instinctively, expecting he might be dealing with an animal, maybe a moose wandering too close to the trail. But as I approached, the ranger lifted a hand in a slow, deliberate motion that didn't match urgency or greeting. It was more like he was making sure I didn't get any closer than he allowed. "Turn back," he said. His voice was steady but flat, the way someone sounds when they're relaying information secondhand. "Trail's closed ahead." I stopped a few paces back, searching for the laminated hazard sign or the closure notice usually placed on the posts. There was nothing, just open tundra and the distant, quiet stretch of river. The ranger didn't have any paperwork in his hands either, no radio clipped to his shoulder, and no familiar yellow notepad tucked under his arm. For a moment, that seemed odd but not alarming. Any ranger could be dispatched quickly without gear if something unexpected occurred. I checked the alerts before heading out, I said. There wasn't anything posted about a closure today. It just closed, he replied. The exact same tone, same flat delivery. I took another step closer, and that was when I noticed the name tag. Or, more accurately, the lack of one. Every ranger I'd ever seen in Denali wore their name on a brass plate, slightly weathered but legible. His wasn't weathered. It was smooth. Perfectly smooth. Blank metal, worn down the way stone gets shaped by the tide. The surface looked rubbed, almost buffed in small circular motions, like fingers had scraped it again and again and again. My throat tightened without a clear reason. Something primal in my chest told me this wasn't a misunderstanding or a casual human error. The blank tag, the empty hands, the way he stared without blinking, my instincts prickled in a way I couldn't rationalize. What happened ahead? I asked. Bear activity? He didn't answer for almost a full second too long. Then, yes. No elaboration. No mention of direction, sow, cubs, distance, nothing a ranger would say. I'd met enough rangers to know they over-explained danger because they didn't want lawsuits, search teams, or injuries. I shifted my weight, scanning the ridge behind him. Nothing moved. The wind picked up, biting cold, carrying the metallic taste of compressed weather. He didn't react to the gust at all, not a flinch or blink, just watched me with a face that looked normal in every way except for how still it was. I can take the alpine branch instead, I offered, gesturing to the fork half a mile downslope. That won't interfere with whatever's going on up here. No, he said. Turn back. The wind kept tugging at my jacket, but he remained planted like a fixed post. I should have listened then. I should have taken even the strangeness of the moment as a warning and headed back to the trailhead. But I'd spent years hiking, some of them alone, and I'd built up this terrible habit of trusting logic over instinct. A wrong move in the backcountry usually came from stubbornness, and I felt an embarrassing flare of annoyance, the kind you get when someone pulls rank with no explanation. Look, I said, keeping my voice polite, I just need a little detail. If there's a closure, I'll comply. But I'm supposed to complete a wildlife survey today, and I radioed my plan in. If I change course, they need to know why. The ranger finally moved, just his chin lowering a fraction of an inch, as if acknowledging something I hadn't said aloud. He stepped forward once, slow and heavy, and the crunch of gravel under his boots sounded muted, like the earth absorbed it instead of echoing it. He stood close enough now that I could see the lines around his eyes, the slight dryness of his lower lip, the faint whisker growth along his jaw. All normal. Too normal, considering how wrong everything else felt. There is no safe route today, he said quietly. Turn back the way you came. A pulse of unease rolled through me, but I nodded. I didn't trust him, but I trusted the feeling in my gut screaming at me to put distance between us. I turned. Not quickly, not in panic. Just steady steps back down the trail. After a few yards, something made me glance over my shoulder. He was gone. Not walking away. Not moving to another bend. Just absent. The trail behind me was empty, a clear view stretching all the way to the river, no place for him to have disappeared. There was nowhere to step off without being seen, the brush was too low, the slope too exposed. My heartbeat thudded hard against my ribs, the kind of pressure you feel right before adrenaline makes a decision for you. I forced my pace faster, boots grinding through loose gravel as I descended the ridge. I told myself I'd just imagine the blink of an eye disappearance. Maybe he'd stepped behind one of the taller boulders. Maybe I'd lost sight of him during my turn. Maybe anything. But 15 minutes later, when I reached the fork leading to the alpine branch, someone was standing there. Same uniform. Same stance. Same blank metal plate. This time, he wasn't swaying. He was waiting. I slowed my pace without meaning to, something in my body reacting before my thoughts had caught up. My lungs tightened the way they do when the altitude sneaks up on you, except this wasn't altitude. This was a kind of pressure, a silent weight settling around my ribs as if the air itself wanted to hold me still. He stood exactly in the center of the fork, boots braced, shoulders squared, uniform crisp. No footprints around him, none at all. The gravel was undisturbed, as if he had just materialized there. My stomach flipped, cold spreading under my sternum. Hiking in Denali teaches you to read tracks like text, people, animals, weather, everything leaves signs. But he didn't. You shouldn't be here. His voice was the same flat baritone, but the wind didn't seem to catch it. It reached me perfectly, without distortion, like he was speaking from a few feet away though he stood 20 yards down the slope. I swallowed hard but kept my tone even. I'm heading back. That's what you said. He didn't move. He didn't nod, didn't gesture, didn't shift weight. He just watched me with an almost patient stillness. For a fleeting second, I wondered if he was some sort of enforcement officer brought in from another unit, someone with unfamiliar training, maybe. But the blank nameplate caught the light again, and the doubt evaporated. Then why are you here? I asked. To make sure you do. There was nothing threatening in his posture, but the words chilled me more than anything else that morning. Something was off, deeply off, and my rational brain kept trying to shove it into categories that didn't fit. Lost hiker? No. Wrong uniform? No. Mental health crisis? Possibly, but how did that explain the identical appearance? Or the vanishing? The wind picked up, stronger this time, carrying flecks of cold air rolling off the slopes like little knives. I tucked my chin down and took a careful step backward. His eyes didn't track the motion, they were already locked exactly where I was, like he'd anchored his gaze into me. Okay, I said quietly. I'm going. You need to move faster. That made my pulse spike. A command, not a warning. My fingers curled tight around my trekking pole as I turned and started down the slope toward the trailhead. I wasn't running, but I wasn't strolling either. My footsteps crunched out a quick rhythm, the kind that sits right at the threshold of fear but hasn't completely tipped over into panic. For about 2 minutes, I didn't look back. I kept my eyes fixed on the narrow path, counting each switchback, each drainage cut, each scatter of river stones. My breathing stayed steady until a faint warmness filtered in through the sound of my boots. Something out of sync. Like a second pair of footsteps, perfectly matched in timing but not in texture. Where my boots scratched and rattled over gravel, the other set landed almost too softly, like the earth didn't echo them properly. I glanced over my shoulder. He was walking behind me. 20 yards back. Same distance as before. My chest squeezed tight. My legs almost buckled trying to decide between stopping and sprinting. I didn't do either. I just stared. He wasn't rushing. He wasn't breathing hard. He wasn't even watching his footing. He walked with the same deliberate, steady gait as before, arms at his sides, shoulders square. Why are you following me? My voice cracked, wind stealing some of the strength. His reply was immediate. To ensure your safety. That's not what this feels like. It may not. That answer rattled straight through me. My mind scrambled, digging for logic, procedure, anything. Rangers didn't behave like this. People didn't behave like this. The world was predictable, or it was supposed to be. I quickened my steps. He didn't close the distance, but he didn't fall behind either. It was like we were tethered by some invisible line, and no matter how I shifted my speed, he matched it perfectly, always 20 yards, always directly behind me. When I reached the narrow pass where the rock walls tightened around the trail, I paused. It wasn't wide enough for two people to walk side by side. If he wanted to continue following me, he'd have to close the gap. My hands trembled slightly as I adjusted the strap of my pack. The silence was suffocating. Not a bird call, not a distant river hiss, nothing. The world had gone perfectly still. I turned around to face him. Except he wasn't there. The trail behind me stretched empty, a clean gray ribbon cutting through the tundra. My breath hitched, and something cold flickered down my spine. I backed up until my shoulders brushed the rock wall, eyes scanning the slopes, the brush, the ridgeline. Nothing. Nowhere someone could have climbed or ducked out of sight in the 2 seconds I'd looked away. Then a voice spoke behind me. "You need to pick up your pace." I whipped around so fast my heels skidded on loose gravel. He stood on the opposite side of the narrow pass, in front of me, blocking the trail forward. There was no way, no possible way, he could have moved from behind me to ahead of me without crossing the rock-pinched section. I pressed back against the stone, heartbeat slamming. "Stop doing that," I snapped, panic leaking into my tone. "You can't just appear wherever you want. You can't." "This is the safest route," he said. The same monotone voice. The same stillness. He didn't blink. "Continue." I shook my head. "No. I'm going back to the trailhead." "That's what you told me." "This is the way back." "It's not. I know the route." His eyes narrowed just slightly. The first true expression I'd seen. And it wasn't anger. It looked almost like calculation, like he was comparing two options that didn't involve me at all. "Continue," he repeated. Everything inside me rebelled. My instinct screamed louder than reason now, and I shoved off the wall, turning toward the direction I knew led downhill. I took 1 step, 2, and the air changed. It's hard to describe except to say it thickened, like stepping from cool air into a cloud of warm breath. The temperature spiked a few degrees, and the smell shifted subtly, carrying something human. Not sweat. Not breath exactly. More like the stale warmth of someone who'd been standing too close for too long. I froze. Behind me, the ranger spoke again. "Closer now." "Rowan." My hands went numb around my trekking pole. He hadn't known my name before. I didn't turn around right away. Something about the way he said my name, quiet, perfectly measured, without breath or hesitation, rooted me to the ground. In the backcountry, the only things that know your name are the people you came with or the people you tell. I hadn't told him. I hadn't told anyone on the trail. My throat felt dry, scraped raw by cold air and fear. "Rowan," he said again, closer than he had any right to be. I forced myself to look over my shoulder. He stood not even 10 feet away. Everything in me jolted backward, boots sliding over gravel, instinct taking control long enough to put space between us. He didn't follow. He simply watched me, posture unchanged, hands loose at his sides, nameplate a blank metallic oval catching the weak afternoon light. "How do you know my name?" My voice cracked again, smaller this time. He didn't answer immediately. Just tilted his head a fraction, the movement too smooth, too calculated. "You reported your route this morning," he said. "That doesn't explain anything," I shot back, breath sharp and thin. "They don't broadcast hiker names onto the trail. There's no reason, none, for you to know who I am." "Continue," he said. I felt something snap in my chest, a kind of silent refusal. I wasn't going to follow a stranger who appeared and disappeared along a trail like a trick of light. I wasn't going to walk into whatever direction he pointed me. No, I said. I'm heading back. The real trailhead. I don't know who you are, but I'm done. For the first time, something flickered across his face. Not anger, not concern, just a kind of tension around his jaw, barely perceptible but wrong in a way that felt predatory. You're making this harder, he said. My heart thudded so hard it made my vision pulse. Harder for who? For you. That was it. The line where my survival instincts finally drowned out everything else. I turned and ran. Not a measured, careful jog the way hikers do when they're trying to make up time. I ran like every nerve in my body believed something was about to grab me by the spine. The wind tore at my jacket. My breath came in freezing bursts. Gravel spat out behind me. I didn't look back for 100 yards, maybe more. When I finally risked a glance over my shoulder, the trail behind me was empty. Completely empty. No boots. No figure. No unnatural stillness. Just a winding path cutting down through the tundra. I didn't slow down, not even when my legs burned and my lungs screamed. The sky above me had darkened, clouds rolling in faster than any forecast predicted. A storm front sweeping over the mountains, swallowing the sun. Shadows stretched long across the slopes, and the air temperature dropped so suddenly I felt a bite through my clothes. Halfway between a run and a stumble, I reached a point where the trail widened into a more open plateau. A place where you could see in every direction. A place that should have felt safe. It didn't. Something moved along the ridgeline to my right. A silhouette. Upright. Ranger uniform. Blank plate. I stopped so hard my ankle twinged. No, I whispered, breath clouding in the cold. No, no, no. The figure on the ridge was watching me. He didn't move. He didn't call out. Just stood in that same rigid posture, exactly like he had the first time I'd seen him. But the distance, God, the distance was impossible. I'd covered nearly 2 miles since I first met him. For him to be standing there without having passed me on the trail, he would have had to cut through brush, ravines, unstable slopes, terrain no ranger would take unless he was tracking something dangerous. And even then, I would have hurt him. I'm not sure what made me do it. Maybe desperation. Maybe the stupid hope that if I shouted like a normal person on a normal trail, the world would behave normally again. What do you want? I yelled across the tundra. The wind swallowed some of the sound, but I know he heard me. His head tilted slightly, as though listening to something else entirely before responding. To keep you on the path. Adrenaline surged through me, sharp and blinding. Which path? You keep blocking every route. He didn't move. I stepped backward once, twice. The sky cracked with distant thunder, low and rolling. A storm building fast, too fast. The pressure in the air was wrong again, heavier, as if everything around me was holding its breath. When I turned back toward the trailhead, I nearly collided with him. He was standing 5 feet in front of me. Close enough to see the faint stubble on his jaw. Close enough to see the fine scratch marks around the edges of the blank metal nameplate. Like desperate fingers had tried over and over to scrape something off or carve something on, failing each time. I stumbled backward with a strangled sound, almost falling. He didn't reach for me. He didn't step forward. He just spoke softly, the words cut clean and emotionless. You're going the wrong way. No, I said, shaking. I know this route. I've hiked it before. The trailhead is south. Not today. My breath hitched. What does that mean? What happened today? He didn't answer with words. What he did was infinitely worse. He turned his head not toward the trail, but toward something behind me. Slowly, deliberately, like he was checking whether it was close. I froze. The wind died. Literally died, cut off mid-gust, dropping into a silence so complete it felt physical. My skin crawled. What's behind me? I whispered. He didn't blink. Do not look. That was when I realized he wasn't warning me away from him. He was warning me away from whatever he kept placing himself between. My legs trembled. My breath quivered. Every survival instinct screamed two opposite things: run and don't move. I didn't dare turn around now with the way the air felt behind me, thick and warm like exhale on my neck. What is it? I choked out. It follows anyone who walks alone, he said. It learns their pace, their steps, their voice. My hand shook uncontrollably. Then what are you? I asked. His eyes met mine for the first time, really met them. For one moment, he looked unmistakably human. Tired. Strained. Like someone holding a door closed with their entire body while something pushed on the other side. Someone who didn't turn back in time. The air behind me shifted. Warm. Close. Too close. Rowan, he said sharply, snapping me back. Run. Now. I didn't question him. I didn't argue. I ran. Harder than I ever had in my life. The storm cracked open above me, rain slashing sideways, wind roaring back to life with violent force. I didn't look behind me, not once. By the time I reached the trailhead, soaked, shaking, lungs burning, the storm had swallowed the entire ridge. Rangers were rushing around securing the area, shouting instructions over the wind. A real ranger, nameplate, radio, everything grabbed my shoulders. You came from the loop? She yelled. Yes, I gasped. There was a ranger on the trail. He told me, he tapped. Her expression changed instantly. There are no rangers assigned up there today. My stomach dropped. Another ranger joined her. We sent a closure notice 10 minutes ago. Sudden storm cell. No one should have been past the first marker. The woman looked back at me, expression tightening. Who exactly spoke to you? I opened my mouth, then stopped. Because I didn't know. I never learned his name. And maybe no one ever had. My name is Tobin Marrow, and I am a field operations technician assigned to Mount Rainier National Park. The incident I am about to recount occurred during a single winter day patrol that escalated far beyond ordinary wilderness risk. The purpose of that patrol had been routine, to assess storm impact along the lower Muir snowfield, verify flag waypoints, and check on a backcountry permit group that had failed to submit their afternoon check-in. The facts reported here are as accurate as memory allows. The storm that hit that morning had not been forecast to be severe. It was supposed to be fast-moving and moderate light accumulation, gusts, manageable whiteout patches. I had dealt with far worse. But shortly after 11 a.m., the wind kicked up with a violence that did not match the regional models. Visibility wavered from 50 feet to 10, then to something closer to 3 or 4 strides. My radio crackled with intermittent bursts from Paradise Ranger Station, but the static made most of the words indistinguishable. When the snowfield began to shift under sustained gusts, I decided it was unsafe to remain exposed. I scanned the area for the shallow depression I had noticed earlier, a place where drifting powder consistently built into a natural pocket against a low rise. It was the kind of place that could be expanded into a temporary snow cave if needed. I checked my GPS, confirmed my rough coordinates, and began to dig. The ice axe cut through the layers easily. The snowpack was dense enough to carve, but not yet consolidated enough to be hazardous. Within 20 minutes I had formed a narrow entrance, then a small chamber tall enough for me to sit upright. I reinforced the ceiling with cross-cut slabs. The cave felt solid. I crawled inside, sealed most of the entrance with my pack for wind protection, and radioed a brief update. Temporary shelter taken, storm intensity extreme, awaiting conditions to clear. The radio hissed once, then went silent. Inside the small chamber, the storm became a muted roar, loud enough to know it was raging, quiet enough to keep my nerves intact. I checked my watch. It was 12:27 p.m. I ate a protein bar slowly, conserving calories as well as motion. My plan was simple: wait out the worst, reassess at 1:30, push toward the next waypoint when safe. I almost drifted into a half-sleep when I heard the first sound, a soft compression somewhere above the roof of the cave. It was distant enough that I wondered if it was merely shifting snow. But then it came again, more deliberate this time, more structured. A weight pressing down, relenting, pressing again. Footsteps. I froze completely, every muscle resisting the urge to move. It is not normal to hear footsteps above a snow cave. Even if a hiker happened to pass nearby, they would not be walking directly over such a small, barely visible shelter. And the storm was severe enough that no one should have been out wandering blindly across an unmarked section of snowfield. Another compression. Then another. They were spaced evenly. Pacing. A slow, measured pattern. Something, or someone, was circling me. I tried to rationalize it. Elk do not wander this high in winter, not this far up the Muir snowfield. Goats sometimes cross open terrain, but their gait is distinct, sharp, punctuated, lighter. These compressions were heavier. Human-like. I forced myself to remain still and listened harder. The storm muffled the world, but the steps seemed somehow separate from it, closer, stronger, unaffected by the gusts. They passed above the roof, moved toward the back wall of the cave, then looped to the front again. I whispered aloud without meaning to, "Who's out there?" The footsteps stopped instantly. The silence that followed was absolute, so complete that even the wind felt as if it had pulled back to listen. For nearly a full minute nothing happened. I held my breath, willing myself not to panic. Then, as if in answer to my question, the footsteps resumed, but with a subtle difference. They walked the same circuit, but slower. More deliberate. Almost cautious. I grabbed my radio and tried again. Static. No carrier tone. No voice. The weather had eaten the signal completely. I checked my GPS. It flickered and failed. Location not found. I waited for the footsteps to move farther from the entrance before I shifted my weight and tried to peer through a narrow gap between my pack and the cave wall. The opening was tiny, the view nothing but blowing snow. No silhouette. No movement. But the footsteps kept circling. Around and around. My watch read 12:49 p.m. They continued for at least 20 minutes without stopping. I felt the weight of each pass through the snow roof, a faint sag each time, like someone lightly testing it. At one point, the weight shifted so close above me that snow dust fell onto my jacket in a fine sprinkle. An irrational thought flashed through my mind: if the roof collapses, whatever is up there will fall in with it. I swallowed that down and reminded myself that fear makes patterns where none exist. The most likely explanation was another ranger caught in the storm, maybe one approaching from an angle I had not expected. But then why circle? Why not call out? Why not try to signal through the entrance? At exactly 1:11 p.m., the footsteps stopped again. A full silence settled, different from the earlier one, heavier somehow. Then something pressed directly onto the roof above my head. Not a step. A downward weight, slow, gradual, as if the thing above was lowering itself onto all fours, or leaning down to listen. The snow groaned. I did not breathe. Not even a twitch. After several seconds, the weight lifted. Lightly. Too lightly for its earlier heaviness. Then nothing. No more steps. No more shifting. Only the storm. 20 minutes passed. Then 30. I did not exit until the wind broke enough for me to consider crawling out. When I did, at 2:02 p.m., the surface was smooth. Untouched. Perfectly wind-scoured. There were no footprints. Not a single one. The first thing that struck me when I stepped out into the open was how wrong the silence felt. The storm had weakened, but the world wasn't quiet in the normal way storms fade, no gentle sigh of wind drifting off, no intermittent gusts rearranging the landscape. It was as if the air itself was holding still, like the mountain was waiting for me to do something. I stood fully upright, brushing snow from my jacket, and scanned the field. Nothing moved. Nothing stirred. The surface around the cave was smooth, flawless, sculpted by wind into soft ridges. But those ridges were uniform. Too uniform. I had spent years reading snow patterns for avalanche risk, and natural scouring never produced symmetry this consistent. It looked as if the wind had passed over the area in a perfect circle. Right around my cave. I forced the thought down and rotated slowly, checking the distance toward the next waypoint. My GPS still refused to lock onto satellites. I tapped it lightly against my glove, a useless habit, but comforting. The display flickered, froze, then flashed an error again. I had a compass and map as backup, but in a white field with shifting terrain and intermittent visibility, even that required caution. I knelt, tracing my glove across the snow where the footsteps should have been. If something had circled above me for hours, there should have been depressions, light, heavy, distorted, anything. Instead, the snow felt firm, untouched, almost icy at the very top, as if something had melted and refrozen it. But that made no sense. I checked my radio again. Paradise Station, this is Marrow, I said, voice steady, controlled. Shelter exited. Coordinates unstable. Request signal check. Only static answered, constant, unchanging, unbroken. Enough. Standing still was amplifying my nerves. I adjusted my pack, scanned the faint outline of terrain, and began moving east toward a shallow ridgeline. If I could crest it, I'd get closer to the established trail and hopefully regain a signal. The snow resisted every step, a strange mix of crust on top and powder below. With each movement I felt the drag against my boot, like the ground wanted me to slow down. I kept my breathing steady, counting my pace, watching for subtle changes in slope angle. 15 minutes in, I stopped. There were tracks ahead of me. Human tracks. Not fresh, they had slightly filled edges, softened by blowing snow, but human. A single line of footprints cutting across the slope. At first I felt a wave of relief. Another hiker? Maybe one of the missing permit group? Maybe someone searching for shelter like I had? But the relief faded the moment I noticed the pattern. Every footprint was identical. Same depth, same shape, same angle. No variation in stride length. No subtle signs of fatigue, slipping, adjustment. Human tracks always vary, micro changes that even trained steps can't avoid. These didn't. It was as if the same exact foot had pressed into the snow in the same exact way each time. Still, tracks meant direction. Survivors. Answers. I followed them. They cut across the snowfield in a straight line, completely straight, as though drawn with a ruler. No drift. No natural wandering. Just a purposeful line heading slightly uphill. I moved as steadily as I could, but the tracks were spaced a little too widely for my natural stride, forcing me to stretch a bit to keep pace with their direction. After about 5 minutes of following them, I realized something that made me stop cold. They weren't heading uphill. They were leading directly back toward the snow cave I had just left, just at a slightly angled trajectory. When I turned and followed the line of the tracks behind me, they pointed exactly to my shelter entrance. I felt my pulse spike. These prints had been made before I exited the shelter, meaning something had walked to my cave and circled it without leaving any prints above it. I backed away from the tracks on instinct. The wind picked up again, not storm level, just enough to scatter loose powder across my boots. The tracks remained crisp and untouched. I forced myself forward. I needed altitude, a clearer vantage, a chance to reorient. I avoided the prints now, angling slightly left toward a sharp lip of terrain I recognized, a minor drift formation that typically signaled the ridge crest was close. If I could get to higher ground, maybe I could spot a tree line or rocky outcrop, anything stable. As I climbed, something faint echoed behind me. A crunch. I froze. Another crunch, light, rhythmic, deliberate. Footsteps again. On open snow this time. I turned slowly, bracing against the slope. Nothing moved. No figure approached. No shadow broke the white haze. But the tracks I had followed earlier had changed. There were more of them now. A second set branching off from the original line. Same depth. Same spacing. Same impossible uniformity. They curved around, arcing toward my direction. Toward where I stood now. I tightened the straps of my pack and forced myself up the incline. The wind gusted over the ridge's crest with a rush of biting cold. Finally, some terrain, a line of exposed ice crust, a shallow dip indicating the start of a basin, and far ahead, maybe 200 meters, the faint outline of a flagpole marking a waypoint. Relief lifted in my chest like a spark. Then I heard it again, crunch, 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 faster this time. I pushed forward and climbed over the crest, breath hard and fast, lungs burning from the cold air. As soon as I reached the relative shelter of the basin dip, I crouched behind a small wind-formed drift and glanced back over the ridge. The two sets of footprints had multiplied. There were 3 now. Then 4. All identical. All spaced perfectly. All moving in patterns that made no human sense, spirals, loops, intersecting arcs. All converging on the exact spot where I had stood. I swallowed hard, throat dry, and checked my radio again. Static. Then, between the waves of static, a single sound whispered through. A footstep. Not over the snow. Inside the radio. The sound inside the radio was faint, barely more than a soft compression, like someone stepping on powder close to the mic. I held the device in my glove, staring at it as if it might explain itself. The static crackled again, swallowing the sound. When it cleared, there was nothing. I lowered the radio slowly, doing everything I could to keep my breathing measured. The basin around me was still, sheltered from the worst of the wind, but that made the silence even sharper. I could hear the faint rattle of ice crystals skittering across the surface. I could hear my pulse thudding in my ears. What I could not hear, thankfully, were footsteps approaching. The flagged waypoint pole ahead was my anchor, my lifeline. If I reached it, I could triangulate my position. From there I could cut toward the glacier vista turnout and hopefully pick up a real signal. I started moving, keeping low to avoid skyline exposure. The slope flattened after 30 meters, and I could walk more easily. I kept glancing back, not turning fully, just shifting my head enough to check the ridge. More footprints had appeared. At least 6 distinct lines now, weaving into a pattern I didn't want to interpret. They did not trail off. They did not wander. They simply began appearing fully formed where none had been moments earlier, as though someone was setting them down in long rows behind a curtain of blowing snow. Yet I never saw anyone. I forced my attention forward and pushed harder. The flagpole got closer, hazy through the drifting white. The wind picked up just enough to blur details. My goggles fogged at the edges. My breath sounded too loud. Crunch. This time it wasn't the radio. It came from my left. I whipped around, ice axe ready. Nothing. Just a wall of white, shifting faintly in the gust. No shape. No movement. But the snow near where the sound came from looked subtly different, flattened in a narrow oval, depressions radiating outward as though something had compressed the crust from beneath. I stepped back, pulse hammering. Another crunch behind me. I turned again. Still nothing. But something was pacing me. Moving when I moved. Stopping when I stopped. Always out of sight. I tightened my grip on the ice axe and pushed forward with everything I had. The flagpole was close now, maybe 50 meters. The wind gusted hard across the basin, swirling powder into the air. I fought through it, bent low, boots punching into the snow. The slope eased, the pole appeared clearer, then fully. I reached it and touched the flagging tape just to feel something solid, something real. My radio screeched. Not static feedback, sharp and violent, like a mic shoved against an amplifier. I flinched and nearly dropped it. The noise cut off instantly, replaced by a faint, steady hiss. Then a voice, soft, breathy, and very close, whispered a single word. Tobin. My name. Too close. Not a transmission level. Not a distant call. It sounded like someone whispering directly into my ear, lips almost touching skin. I jolted backward, heart slamming against my ribs. The radio beeped twice, an error tone, and went dead. Screen blank. Nothing. I shoved it into my jacket and forced myself to think clearly. The waypoint pole meant I was at the lower approach to Glacier Vista. If I skirted the basin's northern curve, I could hit a marked edge and follow it down to the established trail. Even without GPS, the terrain flow would guide me. I started moving again, faster. The footsteps followed. Always just outside visibility. Always timed with mine. Sometimes echoing ahead of me. Sometimes flanking. Sometimes, worst of all, coming from directly behind, close enough that I felt the vibration through the snow. But I never saw a figure. My breath grew ragged. My pace turned into a tight jog as I navigated the slope. The terrain dipped, curved, then rose again in a shallow mound. Beyond it, the faint outline of treetops. The storm had thinned enough for the line of evergreens to appear like dark brush strokes on the white canvas. If I reach the trees, I have shelter from the wind, maybe even a chance at a signal bounce. The footsteps quickened. I stumbled down the dip, nearly falling. Snow sprayed beneath me. I pushed harder, lungs burning, legs shaking. The trees grew clearer, taller, steadier. They were close. So close. Then everything behind me stopped. All at once. Absolute silence. Snowflakes drifted through the air. Wind whispered along the basin walls. But the presence, the pacing, circling, pressing weight vanished so cleanly it made my skin crawl. I turned slowly, ice axe raised. The basin was empty. The trails of footprints, those impossible, repeating, identical lines, were gone. The wind had not erased them. The surface was undisturbed. Smooth. Pristine. As if nothing had ever been there. I felt the air change behind me, pressure shifting, like the faint exhale of a large animal in cold weather. I spun back. Nothing. Just the tree line, silent and dark. I didn't wait. I didn't look back again. I sprinted the last stretch to the trees, plunged under their branches, and didn't stop until the snow beneath me became packed from repeated winter use. A faint trail. A real one. My radio came back to life with a burst of clear static, then the familiar voice of Paradise Station. Tobin, your signal dropped for over an hour. Do you copy? I pressed transmit so fast I nearly broke the button. I copy. I'm heading down. Storm intensified beyond forecast. I'm at the start of the Glacier Vista Trail. No visual on the backcountry group. A pause. Acknowledge. Weather advisory escalated 10 minutes ago. We're getting multiple anomalies. Return immediately. Multiple anomalies. I didn't ask for clarification. I didn't mention the footsteps. I didn't mention the whisper. I returned to base. Alive. Intact. Physically fine. But that night, when I took off my boots, I noticed something that made my stomach twist. Fine snow had collected around the cuffs, normal enough, but beneath the snow were faint impressions in the fabric. Perfectly spaced. Perfectly uniform. Like something had walked its fingertips down the back of my calves during the climb. I did not sleep. I still don't know what circled my snow cave that afternoon. But whatever it was, it followed me out. My name is Tara DuPont, and I am a field acoustics researcher specializing in environmental sound behavior in canyon ecosystems. That sentence alone holds far more normalcy than anything that happened to me on the day I hiked into the lower reaches of Zion's Echo Canyon with a lightweight recorder, a hydration pack, and a plan to gather comparative data on midday reverberation drift. The canyon was quiet in the way only desert spaces can be, wide open above, locked in below, sunlight cutting every ledge and outcrop into golden lust. I remember thinking the air felt clean in my throat, crisp enough that every breath had a little edge to it. I wasn't prepared for the way that same breath would come back to me later, copied with such precision that I still hear it when I try to sleep. I started down the narrow pass leading toward the slot section around late morning, when the sun was high enough to bake the upper sandstone but hadn't yet begun its slow descent into the oppressive afternoon heat. The canyon walls climbed higher with every step, narrowing into long vertical corridors that swallowed sound in unpredictable ways. When I paused to test a small vocalization, just a simple "hey," the response bounced back in clean, layered echoes, exactly what I expected. I jotted the measurements, checked the recorder battery, and kept walking. Everything felt familiar, controlled, the way fieldwork should. The first odd moment was barely worth noting at the time. I said my name out loud to check pitch consistency. It's a thing I do when comparing echo quality, and I heard, somewhere deeper in the canyon, a faint return that sounded just slightly delayed, as if the canyon geometry stretched the reflection. But the pitch, it sounded tighter. More precise. My own voice, just cleaned up. Flatter vibrato. Almost rehearsed. I shrugged it off and assumed I was overanalyzing, which is something I tend to do when I'm alone in isolated field environments. I continued down toward a natural choke point where the walls leaned inward. The light dimmed, shadows pulling into longer shapes. My boots scuffed on fine dust that shimmered with each breath of wind. I stopped again for a controlled sound test, raised my chin, and said clearly, "Tara." Normally, in these kinds of enclosed spaces, the echo fractures into overlapping reflections, some brighter, some duller. Instead, what came back was a single, crisp return. "Tara." My exact tone. Exact length. Even the slight break I have when I hit the midpoint of my own name. I froze with my hand still half raised. The recorder clicked softly against my chest. I said it again. "Tara." The canyon returned it again, identical. I walked forward slowly, grounding each step to keep my nerves in check. Rational thinking is part of my job. I know how sound behaves, how canyons distort and stretch and warp it. But what I heard wasn't distortion. It wasn't warped. It was practiced. Like someone trying to master the shape of my voice. For a few minutes, nothing happened. My boots scraped, my breathing steadied, and the heat pressed down from the thin strip of sky overhead. Then, as I stopped to adjust my pack strap, something behind me called my name again, so softly I almost mistook it for a breath. "Tara." It didn't echo that time. It didn't return in layers or reflections. It just came from farther up the canyon, where I had walked minutes earlier. A direct voice, not sound bouncing. I spun around fast enough that a small cloud of red dust rose around my feet. The canyon was empty except for the walls, the narrowing sky, and a few lizards darting under the rocks. I told myself it was an auditory hallucination triggered by heat exposure, though it wasn't that hot yet. I drank water, slowed my pace, and moved on with the kind of determined focus you get when you're trying to force your mind into rational territory. My hand shook only a little. The slot canyon deepened, squeezing the light until it became a thin ribbon above. I rested one hand on the wall to stabilize myself, the sandstone warm and gritty under my palm. When I spoke again, just to test, a quiet hello, the return came instantly. But it didn't say hello. It whispered, "Tara." That stopped me cold. The hairs on my arms lifted. I listened hard, pressing my back gently against the canyon wall. The return hadn't been an echo. It had answered me. That's the only way I can describe the timing, too fast for acoustic travel, too exact in its placement. Someone had spoken over my echo, not after it. I felt the first flicker of genuine fear then, a small tightening low in my stomach. I backed up, slow and controlled, trying not to slip on the fine sand. Every shift of my boots sounded too loud, like the canyon was amplifying me. I checked the time out of habit, though there was no schedule pressing me. It wasn't even noon. Then, right as I reached a slightly wider alcove, the voice came again, this time from above. High on the canyon wall, as if someone perched on a ledge I couldn't see leaned down to call to me. "Tara." Same pitch. Same micro-break. Same breath catch at the end. Not similar. Identical. It shouldn't have been possible. The acoustics of Echo Canyon have been studied for decades. No canyon geometry perfectly mirrors a voice like that. No natural reflection mimics breath tremors. And certainly no echo originates from above unless the source sound comes from above, which mine hadn't. I stood there with my hands cold despite the heat, every instinct urging me to leave, but my training locking my feet in place out of some stubborn need to understand. The silence afterward pressed in tight, thick as stone. Then the voice said my name again, so close this time that it felt like someone exhaled directly behind my left ear. "Tara." I didn't turn. I didn't breathe. I just stood there, feeling the canyon close around me, realizing with absolute clarity that whatever was calling my name wasn't repeating me anymore. It was calling for me. And it knew exactly how I sounded, down to the stutter of my breath. For several seconds I stayed perfectly still, my back brushing the canyon wall as if the contact alone could tether me to something real. The air held that dry stillness unique to desert gorges, no wind, no shifting sand, not even the tick of settling stone. Just emptiness, wide and hollow, waiting for me to breathe. When I finally inhaled, the sound of my own breath trembled louder than it should have. I didn't hear any footsteps, no pebbles disturbed, no scrape of movement. Whoever or whatever had spoken didn't shift their weight, didn't reposition, didn't retreat. The silence was unbroken. I told myself it had to be a trick of the acoustics, though the logic was already wearing thin. The canyon didn't create voices. The canyon didn't anticipate breath patterns. The canyon didn't whisper directly into the space behind your ear. But clinging to rationality is a reflex, especially when fear starts to edge in and your thoughts try to break formation. I slid sideways along the wall, keeping my head steady, moving slowly until the passage widened into a shallow bowl of pale sand and uneven stone. I didn't want to give my back to any direction, so I kept pivoting with small, calculated steps, scanning the ledges above. Nothing. Only narrow shelves, dust-coated and sun-warmed, stretching upward in uneven tiers. No shadows long enough to hide a body. No movement. My pulse wouldn't slow. It thudded against my ribs in that nauseating, quick tempo my body only slips into when I'm too close to the edge of a cliff or when I realize a boulder is shifting under me mid-step. I swallowed, wiped my palms on my pants, and forced myself to analyze the environment the way I'd been trained. Controlled whisper tests. Distance estimation. Echo recognition. "Kara," I whispered, but not as a test, more like a challenge issued low under my breath. The voice didn't return that time. The silence swallowed the syllables whole. No bounds, no layered delay, nothing. As if the canyon had suddenly decided my name wasn't worth repeating. I didn't know whether to feel relieved or sick. With the quiet stretching thin and tight around me, I started moving again, choosing the path that angled upward out of the narrow slot. I wasn't ready to call the day a loss, but I needed open space. I needed sky. I needed to feel like I wasn't inside a throat waiting to speak back at me. The canyon narrowed once more before flaring open into a ledge with a view of a deeper drop, a place where the stone fell away in great curved shapes, carved by flash floods long past. The heat shimmered off the walls in slow waves. I took a long, steadying breath, lifted my recorder, and started logging a note about anomalous vocal replication. The familiarity of method, of process, helped. The rational scaffolding of scientific work held me upright. Then something answered, not from behind me, not above me, but from far down in the gorge below. "Kara." The voice wasn't soft this time. It stretched long, almost careful, like it didn't want to startle me. It carried upward in a clean line, unbroken by the twist of the canyon below. I leaned out, gripping a rock at the edge of the ledge. The drop was steep, 15, maybe 20 feet before leveling off into a broader corridor. No people. No shadows that looked like they belonged to anything living. I called out again, louder. "Who's there?" My voice flew down into the canyon, hitting the far wall and splitting into fractured echoes. They cascaded in the familiar pattern, like a scattered handful of stones hitting water. I waited. Then, timed deliberately between the tail end of my echoes and the returning silence, came the reply. "Kara." Perfect. Crisp. And then, after a pause so long my skin prickled. "I'm here." My breath hitched hard enough that my teeth clicked. The phrasing was unmistakably intentional. Someone was announcing themselves. Not calling for help. Not echoing. Not lost. I scanned the canyon floor again, eyes adjusting to the layers of shadow. Still nothing. Still no movement. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't looking in the right place, that whatever was speaking didn't occupy space the way a person did. That thought lodged itself uncomfortably deep in my mind, and I shoved it aside before it could take shape. My water sloshed softly in my pack as I crouched and began descending carefully toward the lower level. The sandstone had the texture of sandpaper under my palms. Grit collected under my fingernails. Every foot placement had to be deliberate. One wrong shift of weight and I'd be sliding on loose dust. Halfway down, just as my boots found a small landing, the voice drifted up again, closer now, as if it were climbing toward me. Tara, I've been waiting. My throat tightened. The words weren't echoed. They weren't distorted. They were spoken from a direct point in space. Lower than me. Maybe 15 feet ahead. I pressed my hand to the rock to keep myself steady. My recorder swung forward slightly, the strap tugging at my neck. The canyon around me felt suddenly smaller. The sky overhead looked like a tight sliver, unable to carry my voice far enough if I needed to yell. I kept moving downward, slower now, breath shallow and controlled. When I reached the canyon floor, a small breeze snaked through the narrowing corridor. The temperature shift was subtle but distinct, brushing across my sweat-dampened neck. I lifted my head. That's when I heard footsteps. Light. Precise. Matching my rhythm. One step. Pause. Another step. Pause. The sound wasn't behind me. It wasn't ahead of me. It felt like it came from directly parallel to my position inside the stone, or pressed against the canyon wall just out of sight. I swept my eyes across the vertical face. Nothing moved. I clenched my jaw, an instinct to keep my teeth from chattering even though the heat still pressed heavy. Then the footsteps stopped, and my own voice slid softly out of the canyon wall to my right, so close I felt the breath of it against my cheek. Tara, turn around. I didn't. Every instinct screamed that turning around would give something exactly what it wanted. I stood frozen with my hand on the canyon wall, breathing through my nose because my mouth felt too dry to trust. The voice had come from so close I expected to see condensation on the rock, as if something living had leaned in to speak directly into my skin. But the sandstone was dry, warm, unmoving. The silence after the command was total, so absolute it made my ears ring with the absence of sound. I didn't turn. I didn't even blink at first. Every instinct I had, honed from years of fieldwork in unpredictable terrain, told me that facing whatever had spoken would tip something over an edge I couldn't pull back from. I kept my eyes fixed on the canyon ahead, one breath at a time, like each inhale was a fragile thread tying me to the rational world. Footsteps resumed light, deliberate, spaced precisely in the cadence of my own hiking rhythm. Not behind me. Not ahead. But beside me again, as if someone walked inside the rock, matching my stance, my weight shifts, my stillness. When I inhaled, the footsteps paused. When I exhaled, they matched the length of my breath. I spoke without turning. If you can hear me, say something besides my name. The silence was immediate and heavy. For a moment, I thought maybe it was over, maybe I'd snapped some behavioral loop. But then a faint scrape of grit sounded directly at my left side, like a bare foot shifted on stone. Quietly, steadily, my own voice replied. Don't look. I swallowed hard. It hadn't repeated me. It had responded. The wording wasn't mine. The tone was. The small breath catch on the case sound belonged to me. The slight lift at the end of the phrase was mine too. Hearing my own voice speak a sentence I hadn't formed felt like having my body hijacked from the throat outward. Still, I didn't turn. I kept one palm flat against the sandstone, grounding myself, feeling the faint vibration of heat radiating through the wall. The canyon floor beneath me held a slight tremor, not an earthquake, just a shifting pocket of air that moved along the base of the wall like something pacing behind stone. I forced myself to move forward, one step at a time. My pack straps creaked softly, the only sign of life aside from my pulse. I didn't make a sound with my mouth. I didn't dare. Every bootfall seemed to echo unnaturally loud, bouncing off the canyon in ways that didn't match any acoustic pattern I'd ever studied. Each time my heel touched down, a second, softer impact matched it half a beat later, as if someone walked just behind me but out of phase, a half step in a world that didn't align with mine. I kept going until the canyon widened slightly into a long bend of sunlit stone. The air warmed again, the breeze dissipated, and for a moment the oppressive sense of being shadowed shrank enough that I could breathe without shaking. I reached for my recorder, intending to play back the last 10 minutes. But the screen was blank. Still on, but blank. As if something had overwhelmed the input. A new voice, still mine, but wrong, slipped through the air behind me. "You shouldn't be here." It was spoken casually, almost conversationally, but every syllable matched the pitch and breath pattern of my speaking voice. The familiarity made it worse. Like hearing a recording of myself say something I never said. My chest tightened until it hurt to inhale. I forced myself to take 2 slow steps forward. Sunlight touched my hands, warming my knuckles, grounding me. If I could just reach a wider chamber, a place where echoes behaved normally, maybe I could reset my bearings. But the canyon didn't let me get that far. From the curve behind me, still where I refused to turn, my voice rose again. Not loud, not urgent. Just unmistakably deliberate. "Tara, stop." I stopped. Not because it told me to, but because the air changed. A cold draft swept across the back of my legs, too sharp to be natural in that heat. Sand shifted somewhere behind me, dragged lightly in a slow arc, like someone drawing a circle around where I stood. My mouth went dry. I lifted my chin, staring straight ahead. I could see the brighter opening ahead, maybe 50 yards away, where the canyon broadened and sloped toward a sunlit shelf. If I could reach that, I would have a vantage point. Distance. A chance to understand what was happening. Behind me, my own voice exhaled softly. "I learned you." That sentence stopped my heartbeat for a second. The phrasing was strange, childlike, almost, but the meaning wasn't lost. Something had practiced me. Perfected me. Copied me long before I stepped foot in the canyon that day. I took one step. Behind me, the copied voice mirrored the sound of my shift, but it didn't move. I took another step. The voice lowered, quiet enough that I shouldn't have heard it, but every syllable threaded directly into my hearing as though bypassing the air altogether. "Tara, if you turn around, it will look exactly like you." My stomach dropped. A wave of nausea surged up my throat so fast I had to brace a hand on the canyon wall. The heat pressed down harder, the sunlight ahead blurring in my vision. I didn't turn. I didn't respond. I just moved steady, deliberate, refusing to let fear dictate my direction. Each step felt like walking through thick water, like the air resisted me, like the canyon itself wanted to hold me in place. When I finally reached the widening chamber, my legs almost gave out with relief. Light washed over me, bright enough to sting my eyes. Wind brushed my face. The world felt real again. But the canyon behind me spoke one last time, clear as if the duplicate mouth hovered inches from my neck. "You can leave now." I kept walking, didn't look back, didn't breathe until the walls opened wide enough that sound behaved like sound again instead of something learning how to be alive. I didn't stop until I reached the trailhead, knees shaking, throat raw, palms sweating through the grit. Only at my car did I finally check the recorder. It had captured nothing. Except for a single, faint, whispered line at the very end of the file. My own voice. Perfect pitch. Perfect breath. Tara, come back tomorrow. I deleted the file. I haven't deleted the memory. And I am never going back to Zion alone again. My name is Damon Kells, and I am a backcountry cartographer contracted for seasonal survey work in Yosemite National Park. What follows occurred within a single day, and I am providing each detail in the most formal manner possible, because I no longer trust my own recollection unless I set it down cleanly, precisely, and without embellishment. On the morning in question, I carried a standard 30-liter Alpine pack, GPS transponder, contour mapping tablet, and a radio shared with my partner, Serena Vale, who has worked with me for 3 consecutive seasons. By all reasonable accounts, she should have been the last person to see me before my fall. But the fact that I am writing this account at all is the reason none of this makes sense. We started before sunrise at the Cathedral Lakes trailhead. Early October cold. Granite everywhere clean and sharp with dew, the air still holding that thin winter edge that settles after a fast temperature drop overnight. Serena was a few steps ahead of me as usual, boots rhythmically tapping the stone in that light, quick way she walked whenever she was excited about a route. She kept turning back, asking if I had recalibrated the GPS for the elevation shift, joking like she always did that my readings skewed more than my personality. The assignment was straightforward: update a small cluster of outdated topographic lines along the western lip of a narrow granite chute overlooking Echo Canyon. That section had been flagged twice in the last year for mismatched elevation markers, and the park wanted new, high-resolution mapping before the early winter storms. Nothing about it was complicated. No vertical climbs. No technical rope work. A few scrambles at worst. I'd done far more difficult terrain. We reached the overlook a little before 9. The sun had climbed enough to burn away the thin fog that had pulled in the basin far below, leaving a clean view all the way to the ridge on the opposite side. Serena unpacked her field notebook and the shared radio, clipped it to her chest strap, and began checking in with dispatch. I unloaded the mapping tablet, extended the sensor boom, and walked out along the granite shelf to begin capturing the new contour points. That granite shelf is the point everything circles back to. I keep replaying the few minutes before the incident like I'm trying to line up 2 versions of the same memory. One where nothing happened. One where everything did. I remember kneeling on the stone, bracing my left hand against the warm surface. I remember the faint hum of the tablet. I remember Serena's voice behind me, half focused on her conversation with dispatch, half teasing me about misreading the relative elevation again. Then there was a sound, short, sharp, metallic. Like something clinked against the stone. A loose carabiner maybe, or the edge of my own pack frame knocking against rock. I started to turn to check what it was. My foot slid. I didn't lose my balance immediately. There was a moment long enough for my brain to register the shift where the granite under my boot felt like polished glass. I tried to correct. The correction made it worse. My heel slid again, faster, and my body jerked sideways toward the drop. I remember reaching out with both hands, fingers scraping uselessly against the stone. I remember Serena shouting my name, the exact pitch of it, the way her voice broke on the second syllable. I remember the sky tilting, a hard sideways tilt, as if the entire canyon rolled over. Then I remember falling. People who survive falls talk about time stretching out, thoughts becoming clear, every detail searing into memory. For me it was the opposite. A single impact of panic hit so violently that everything blurred. The sensation wasn't even falling, it was being pulled, like gravity wasn't natural but personal. I don't remember the length of the drop or the moment I hit anything. There was movement, sound, then nothing. When I opened my eyes, I was still on the granite shelf. At least, that's where I believed I was. The first thing I registered was the sun. Its position was wrong. It was too high in the sky, noon bright. I had no sense of how much time had passed. My mouth tasted metallic and my right wrist throbbed. I touched it and felt swelling. My pack straps dug into my shoulders. I still had my gear on. And there were no scrape marks on the stone beneath me, no disturbed gravel, nothing to indicate a fall had occurred. More disorienting than the absence of physical evidence was the silence. Serena should have been shouting for me, radioing dispatch, scrambling down to reach me. But the overlook was empty. Her pack was gone from where she had set it earlier. No boot prints except my own. The radio clip to my pack crackled once, then went dead. I called her name. Nothing. I told myself to move slowly and not trust my balance yet. I stood, wavering. Pain shot up my right leg, but nothing felt broken. I walked back toward the trail, stopping every few seconds to listen, trying to hear anything, her voice, the scrape of boots, human sound. Halfway back to the trailhead, I found the first impossible thing. My pack. It was sitting upright against a red fir tree, neatly positioned, shoulder straps squared, hip belt buckled as if someone had set it down with deliberate care. My pack. The same one on my back. I froze. I lifted my hand to touch my own shoulder strap, confirming I wasn't hallucinating. My fingers brushed the fabric. Real. Solid. I checked the one by the tree again. Same model. Same patches. Same abrasion on the left strap I'd gotten 2 months ago against basalt in Oregon. There was no difference. 2 identical packs, both mine. Before I could rationalize it, a voice echoed faintly from the trees behind me. Damon? Serena and not Serena at the same time. Familiar tone. Wrong distance. Wrong direction. I turned. No one was there. The trees were still. No wind, no rustle, not even the faint clatter of loose branches that usually comes off the granite ridge when the temperature rises. Just my breathing and that single echo of my name still vibrating in my skull. I didn't call out again. Something in me tightened, an instinct older than language, the kind that comes from being in the backcountry long enough to know when something doesn't belong. It wasn't fear of a person. It was fear of misidentifying whatever had made that sound. I stepped toward the duplicate pack as if approaching an injured animal, slow, steady, ready to back off if anything shifted in the underbrush. Nothing did. The pack stayed exactly where it was, leaning neatly against the tree. I crouched and examined it without touching. Same scuffs. Same dirt patterns. Same clipped-on compass I kept meaning to replace. Even the elastic loop on the right shoulder strap, stretched and thin, was identical. My heartbeat hammered in my ears. The practical explanation, the rational one, was that Serena had mistaken my fall, panicked, doubled back to gather gear, and somehow recovered my pack or a pack she believed was mine. But that theory fell apart immediately. The last place she saw me was on the overlook. Why would my pack be upright miles down the trail, arranged like someone wanted me to find it? I circled it once, keeping a cautious distance. Nothing else in the clearing was disturbed. Pine needles lay in an untouched layer. No tracks. No sign of dragging. No impressions of a second pack being set down. As if it had always been there. I lifted my radio. The screen was blank, refusing to power on. I couldn't afford to waste time troubleshooting it, so I decided to head straight for the trailhead, reach cell service, and contact dispatch. I turned away from the duplicate pack and walked. I'd made it maybe 30 steps before the voice called again. Damon. Softer this time. Higher. As if it came from a greater distance. And yet I felt it against my skin like breath. I spun, expecting movement through the trees, expecting at least a shadow. But there was nothing except the same upright pack. Slowly, I reached for the zipper on my own pack to pull out the tablet. The screen flickered once when I tapped it, then died completely. The battery had been full that morning. Every piece of electronics I carried was failing. The only remaining lifeline was the topo map folded in my left pocket. I unfolded it and traced the trail. If I kept north for another 40 minutes, I would reach the junction leading back to the trailhead. Serena would likely have gone that way. If she thought I was dead, she would have sought immediate help. I forced my legs into motion. The trail narrowed into a corridor of red fir and lodgepole pine, the canopy thick enough to shadow the ground. Granite boulders jutted irregularly, half covered with bright green lichen. Everything about the environment was unchanged from any other day except the soundscape. There should have been insects, birds, distant water runoff. But the silence held unnaturally, thick enough that each step felt intrusive. 10 minutes passed before I saw the second impossible thing. Another pack. Sitting on a boulder this time, upright, straps arranged, hip belt buckled cleanly. I knew immediately it wasn't my imagination because this one had a tear on the right side pocket, something mine didn't have. Not identical. Just familiar. Wrongly familiar. It was Serena's. A wave of relief hit hard and sudden, almost enough to drop me. If her pack was here, she must be nearby. Maybe she had dropped it while searching for me. Maybe she had climbed down toward the ravine. Maybe the reason the forest was so quiet was because she was somewhere injured, unconscious, waiting for help. That hope was enough to override hesitation. I crossed to the boulder and checked the ground around the pack. No footprints. No drag marks. No signs of weight shifting on the stone. The pine needles, again, were undisturbed. The pack looked staged, placed, not dropped. I unbuckled the top flap and lifted it slightly. Serena traveled light, always. A first aid kit. A compact windbreaker. A single energy bar. All things she normally kept. But one detail froze me. Her radio wasn't in the outer pocket. She never removed her radio while on a route. Before I could process that, soft footsteps sounded behind me. Light ones. Controlled. Like someone used their toes more than their whole foot. I turned instinctively. Nothing stood on the trail. But something had changed. The duplicate of my pack, the one I'd left behind earlier, was now sitting 10 feet behind me. Exactly upright. Exactly squared. Exactly facing me. I stared at it, my throat tightening. It hadn't been here when I first entered the clearing. I would have seen it. I would have heard it being moved, dropped, dragged, anything. But it was here now, as clearly as the tree beside it. I called out again. Serena, if that's you, you need to answer. Now. Please. No response. The woods felt even heavier, as if the air thickened around my voice instead of carrying it. I scanned the tree line, trying to catch any flicker of movement, any sign of human presence. No shadows shifted. No branches bent. The forest seemed carved, frozen, as if time itself hesitated around me. My mind kept clawing for explanation, misperception from a fall, mild concussion, confusion from dehydration. It all made sense on paper. It explained why I might misremember distances, or moments, or whether I'd passed certain landmarks. But it did not explain objects physically moving through space. It did not explain duplicate gear. It did not explain the precise, deliberate positioning of the packs. And it definitely did not explain the voice. I forced myself to breathe, slow and deep. Panic in the backcountry kills more people than falls. I repeated that to myself with every inhale. Think. Prioritize. Move. The next step was clear. Get to the junction. Get to people. Put distance between myself and whatever pattern was forming around me. I turned back to the trail. A third pack sat 30 yards ahead. This one had no patches, no tears, nothing identifying. But it was upright. Waiting. Or marking something. I didn't walk toward it. I waited. And from somewhere deeper in the trees, not ahead, not behind, but off to the right, the voice called for the third time, quiet, strained, almost pleading. Damon, don't leave. I felt the ground shift under me, not physically but perceptually, a sensation like I was standing in the wrong version of the forest. And for the first time since the fall, I wasn't sure I had climbed back onto the shelf at all. I backed away from the third pack without turning my back fully to it, keeping my shoulders angled so I could watch the trail ahead and the tree line to my right. I didn't trust the forest to stay still if I wasn't looking. Every instinct in me said movement happened in the edges of my vision, subtle, careful, the way a predator tests its range. When the voice echoed again, thinner now, stretched across the cold spaces between trunks, it triggered a kind of physical resistance, a tightening of muscles that could only come from knowing something very familiar had become profoundly wrong. My priority stayed the same: get to the junction, keep moving, don't engage with anything unverified. I stepped off the boulder, skirted wide around the third pack, and resumed my path. But I wasn't the same hiker who'd been mapping contour lines just hours before. Every sense was on high alert. Even the feel of my boots on the granite felt different, like the trail existed only as long as I was looking at it, and if I blinked too long, something behind me would rearrange a piece of the world. The forest began to subtly change. It wasn't immediate, not enough to accuse anything of being impossible. But the spacing between the trees grew irregular, unnatural gaps opening between trunks like missing teeth. The terrain under my feet shifted from firm granite dust to softer earth without passing through any transitional patches. These weren't changes you could photograph, nothing spectacular, nothing surreal. Just off. Wrong in ways that made my skin prickle. I kept my pace steady. If I stopped, I sensed the forest would change faster. At some point, maybe 10 minutes in, maybe 20, time had become unreliable. I realized I hadn't seen the sun in a while. The canopy wasn't thick enough to obscure it completely, not in this part of Yosemite. I tilted my head back. Gray filtered through the branches in a uniform sheet, not clouds exactly, more like distance. As if the sky had withdrawn. I couldn't dwell on that. I just kept going. Then something shifted in the air behind me. Not a sound. A weight. The sense of presence, the same way you can tell when someone is standing behind you even if they're silent. I didn't turn right away. I forced myself to take 2 more steps. Then a third. When the pressure didn't fade, I turned. The third pack was gone. Something stood in its place. Not a person. Not an animal. Simply the shape of someone. Human height. Human outline. But the details were wrong, blurred by distance, as though the forest refused to allow definition. My eyes struggled to settle on its edges, sliding off the form the way rain slides off glass. The figure didn't move. Didn't sway. Didn't even breathe. I whispered Serena's name, not out of belief she could answer, but because silence had become worse than any response. The figure did not react. I turned back toward the trail and walked faster. The instinct to run clawed at me, but running in the backcountry gets you broken ankles, lost bearings, and fatal mistakes. So I pushed myself to a near jog, boots landing in controlled steps. I expected the figure to follow. I expected the snap branch rhythm of pursuit. There was nothing. But the forest kept changing. The trail narrowed into something that didn't match any contour I had memorized, the ground sloping subtly left, then right, the way trails do near glacial runoff, but we were nowhere near runoff. I scanned for familiar landmarks. None emerged. The junction should have been close by now. I stopped. This time, stopping felt like making myself visible. Every sound of my breathing seemed to echo unnaturally. I listened for water, wind, birds, anything. There was nothing. Not even distant aircraft, though Yosemite's air corridors usually had at least one passing small plane by midday. Then, ahead of me on the trail, I saw something that stole the strength from my legs. Serena's pack. Not sitting upright this time. Lying gently on its side as if someone had laid it down with care. The zipper was half open, the windbreaker sleeve protruding slightly. It looked exactly like it would look if she had stopped to rest, to drink water, to wait for me. But the ground around it was perfect. No prints. No impressions. No evidence of her weight kneeling beside it or standing near it. As if the pack had appeared rather than been carried there. I approached with slow, deliberate steps. I knelt beside it and touched the fabric. Warm. Recently handled. A lump rose in my throat. "Serena," I whispered, hoping the forest would return her voice. It didn't. But another sound did. Footsteps. Behind me. Not quick. Not stealthy. A slow step, pause, slow step, pause, measured, deliberate, like someone matching their pace to mine from earlier. I didn't turn. I couldn't. My mind kept insisting that whatever was behind me wanted to be seen, but not for my sake. For its own. The footsteps stopped directly behind my left shoulder. I heard breathing. Not human breathing. Not labored. Not deep. Just steady enough to be intentional. A voice, barely audible, whispered, "Don't go." My throat tightened so hard it hurt. The voice wasn't Serena's, not exactly. But it carried her cadence, the way she emphasized the second word in a two-word phrase. The imitation was close enough to be horrifying. I forced myself to speak. "Where is she?" Silence. I swallowed. "If you want me, take me. But tell me where she is." The breathing stopped. Something shifted behind me, light displacement of weight, like someone stepping backward. Then the sound of feet moving into the brush, slow, unhurried, as if whatever had been behind me knew I wouldn't turn to look. I waited until the sounds faded completely. When I finally turned, nothing stood on the trail. But a fourth pack stood 10 yards away, upright, straps aligned, positioned precisely like the others. It wasn't mine. It wasn't Serena's. It was empty, visibly so. The fabric sagged, hollow, like a placeholder waiting to be filled. And hanging from the left strap was a park-issued name tag. My name. Freshly printed. Edges unfrayed. Clips untouched. No dirt. No wear. My exact name. Damon Kells. My mouth went dry. My legs weakened. I backed away until I felt the rough texture of a lodgepole pine against my shoulder. The forest did not move. It only watched. Then, from somewhere too close to place. Time to come back. After that, I remember only fragments, running despite every rule I'd ever learned, tearing through brush, losing the trail, finding it again by accident, emerging near the trailhead hours later with no memory of the middle stretch, collapsing near the parking lot where a pair of day hikers found me disoriented, repeating my own name like I was confirming it still belonged to me. Search teams never found Serena. They found her pack. And next to it, sitting upright against a tree, straps squared, hip belt buckled, was another pack identical to mine. But I hadn't gone back for it.